Know that my neighbor is the father of that pastor, the black guy, the church here. True Vision.
Which pastor?
The guy that comes in and talks. The guy that was
The only Corey?
the guy that was Sanford. The guy that was with the mayor at the cops, coffee with cops.
Oh, yes.
That guy.
Yes. Oh, the like yellow shirt or something?
So check this out. His father is my neighbor, right? Past 12, 13 years, right? I've had breakfast with this dude. I've talked to him in depth in my house. Great guy. We share our military background.
Yes.
We share that, so we talk a lot about that. Personal stuff, right? It wasn't until him and the mayor were together there at the coffee with cops, and I took some pictures. And I get a text from George's son. Hey, send me those pictures you took. I'm like, what pictures? And I'm like, wait a minute, that was you? So I never, as many times as I've seen him up here, and he's been in my house, I guess because he's dressed differently and doing different things, I never put the two together until I did. I didn't realize it was him.
Wow.
I know, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome to the Kirby City Circus live stream. And it's a council meeting, regular council meeting. It's always fun. Right there in the center, you have our mayor, and she's not running this time, and she's getting bold. Now that she's not running, she's getting bold with her face and her mouth and things like that. So she's quite funny. So pay attention to her and how she acts. Like I said, she'll be out of office soon. And then between now and then, it's probably going to be comical. And then, so to the left, far left, you have Martin, Councilman Martin. He is a non-tyrant. He's a good one. Then you have Walczyk. She's also a good council person. Then to the right of her is Councilman Apodaca. She kind of goes with the wind. Whichever way the wind blows, that's where she goes. I'm not going to say she's good. I'm not going to say she's bad. But she is buddies with the mayor. Maybe when the mayor's gone, maybe she'll step up and start doing more powerful things. Then you got the mayor. I already talked about her. I need you guys to help me come up with names for her face. She makes several different kinds of facial expressions when people are up here talking. So as she makes these facial expressions, you guys come up with names for the facial expressions that she makes when people are talking. Then you have Janisa Grider to the right of her. She's running for mayor. And then, because we have elections coming up, so you have Janisa Grider right next to the mayor. And then she's running for mayor. And then you have Chris Garza in the blue shirt. He's also running for mayor. So Janisa Grider and Chris Garza are both running for mayor. And then to the right of Garza, you have Councilwoman Street. She's also a good one, and she's also running. So really, we only have really one bad one on the council, and she ain't running, thank God. And then you have a couple of others that are iffy. But anyway, we have come a long way since I first started working on this council regarding free speech and people being empowered to come up here and talk and things like that. But I'm still working on this place. That's why I'm here. So I appreciate you guys joining me. And it can be boring, but it can also be very good. So thank you guys for watching. I also have my producer here. This is Patrick. Give a shout out to Patrick. Later on, I'll tell you a story about how we met. But he was victimized by the San Antonio Police Department, and now he is activated. He's engaging in this activism to stop that type of stuff. So, and he's running the hard cam, so he does that, and he also does productions and things like that. So, and tonight we have we did not renew the city manager's contract, so the city manager, who normally would be sitting here, is not here tonight. We do have a new city manager that starts on the 13th, but until then, it appears that the police chief is going to be acting city manager until that happens.
A lady with many hands.
That's why there's a police chief sitting here at the city manager's desk. The police chief's name is Roxanne Cardona, probably one of the best police officers that I've had the pleasure of working with in my lifetime. And that includes back when I was a cop. So I know a lot about her. I know a lot about how she works.
She didn't take no bullshit.
She didn't take no bullshit. She's the type of cop that will tell a mayor no if the mayor's violating a citizen's right and wants him kicked out. She doesn't play the weaponization game. They have tried, this mayor here has tried to weaponize her against me and against other people, and she doesn't put up for that. She does her job exactly the way the law and the rules say she needs to do them, and she doesn't go outside the laws and outside the rules for anybody. So, yeah, that's our Kirby Police Chief, Roxanne Cardona. If you ever get a chance to send a message to the city, let them know that they need to do everything they can in their power to keep that chief here in this city. That's straight from me to you. You know I'm not going to lie to you about that. This police chief has been instrumental in immediately taking care of matters whenever her officers go outside of the rules of the law. She just nips it in the bud quickly. If you're a citizen and you're watching this, I encourage you guys to come up here and participate in these meetings. You can come up here, you get 5 minutes, you can talk about whatever you want, and you can talk about on every single agenda item they have. If there's something that you're interested in and you want the council to know how you feel about it, you can come up here and you can sign up to speak, and you can do that. Is that shooting important? All right, now we're shooting. Now we're shooting. Okay. Do we have any other votes? Okay, that's fine.
I will call this meeting to order at 7:02 on March the 9th. Dear Lord, thank you for granting us this beautiful weather that we have had. Please bring us some rain. We desperately need the rain. I want to thank you for allowing us to have a safe place to meet and hold our city council. And please be with us as we make our difficult decisions here tonight, and please be with us. Please say special prayers for our city as we go through some tough changes. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Give me ones if y'all can hear and see everything.
The city of Kirby is dedicated to delivering excellent municipal services to our communities in a fiscally responsible manner. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Apadaka.
Here.
Councilmember Garza.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Street.
Here.
Councilmember Moffitt.
Here.
Mayor Aldrich.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving on to 5, citizen participation. First, we have Chief Hilburn.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, citizens of Kirby. I'm up here tonight. I would like to see if we can, or the fire department can get a fee waived on Friendship Park for the Easter egg hunt on April the 7th of 2023. I know we all can't discuss it tonight, but I'm also would like to see if we can get donation of eggs and candy for the Easter egg hunt, as with with the egg count from last year, we have 193 eggs that were working last year, so that's all the eggs that we have for this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we have Sally Kent.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Sally Gitt. I've been here in Kirby for...
Sally, use the microphone, please.
I'm Sally Gitt. I live in Kirby for the last 30 years.
I'm Sally Head. I'm running for city council for the city of Kirby, and I just wanted to say thank you and to the members and let the citizens know who I am and what I'm going to stand for more meetings with them.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Russo Pierce.
Mayor, Council, my name is Lisa Pierce. I reside at 5123 Happiness, and I wanted to discuss an item on the agenda regarding the interim city manager. Although I am disappointed with the council's decision not to renew Monique's contract, I do understand, I do hope that you can understand that the information I'm about to share comes from a genuine concern for the city should this council move forward with securing a contract with Mr. Lynn as the city of Kirby's interim city manager. After the February 23rd meeting, I began seeking context for Mr. Lynn's March 11th, 2022 letter to the citizens of Kennedy that Ms. Lozano wrote during the citizens' participation. Words mentioned in the letter such as inadequacies, discomfort, anguish, hostility, failure to utilize tact and preserve decorum, to apologize to the citizens of Kennedy is troubling to me. I did an internet search, and one of the very first things that the internet provided was an article from the Waco Tribune from February 3rd, 2017, while he was in the first months of his second year of contract with the city of Valley Mills, and I'd like to read that to you. The law firm serving Valley Mills ended its contract with the city last month, calling the city's working environment and communication toxic and ineffective, and most elected officials aren't talking. Brittany Lynn with Diaz Land and Wright Law, PLLC, wrote a letter to city leaders January 12th, giving a 30-day notice after performance on the job. The mayor and one city council member refused to comment on the situation. 3 council members and the city administrator did not return repeated messages, and 1 council member expressed deep worry about the turmoil. Landon wrote in the letter that excessively aggressive responses to situations in city operations led to at least 1 resignation by a quality employee who was exceptionally hard to secure at that pay level. We have learned that some of the security video systems have been deactivated, and the recent terminations of employees without attorney review or warnings regarding the culture within the city hall. Best practices dictate that administrators should welcome opposing viewpoints, seek professional advice, and not use conjuncture or hyperbole to misdirect or manipulate effective communication. Mayor Ray Biggerstaff said council advised him not to speak publicly until the letter could be reviewed. He said he could not name who was counseling him because it hadn't been approved, and the advice was from an attorney the city used, but not currently employed with them. The attorney Landon said because of confidentiality requirements, she can't comment either. Councilmember Bill McCain said he would not discuss the matter. Administrator William Lynn, Mayor Pro Tem Jerry Whitmer, and Councilmember and Scott Lane did not return calls for comment. Meanwhile, Councilmember Bill Lancaster said he was worried. I guess you can read between the lines as much as I can about the resignation letter. The current administration is a problem. He would not specify, and I'll just hurry up with this. In any case, he had been with for 25 years. Apparently, no one listens to them, that they just want to spend money on everything and hold nothing back. There was a resignation letter. She had a growing concern over what appears to be a consolidation of control, authority, and flow of communication by Lynn. She wrote that great exaggerations of vendors about his past accomplishments, including dismantling multi-million-dollar operations or corporations, have led to complete lack of bargaining power. Statements such as "I'll tell you how you're going to do it," as well as requests for the names of council members asking questions or who were opposed to the city administrator on issues was alarming. And then basically, Landon wrote that when the law firm is not informed, is blocked or surprised, it's typically because the current lawyer knows there's a potential problem that feels knowledgeable enough to address without trained professionals. How much time do we have left?
1 minute, 20
Okay,
seconds.
so why maybe a 6-year letter isn't important, but I can tell you with certainty that this is why it is. In November 2017, the City of Valley Mills Council recently paid Mr. Lynn $29,531.12 in exchange for the return of all city properties and passwords. In March 2017 of that year, the Valley Mills City Council denied an indemnity agreement that Mr. Lynn said he required to complete financials and would not touch them on them. On April 23rd, 2019, the City of Leonard City Council conducted executive session, which they unanimously voted to terminate his contract effective immediately in light of the auditor's letter and continued inability to provide accurate financial reports and the interpersonal management issues that are ongoing. On February 9, 2021, the City of Kirby live streamed their council meeting on YouTube. You can see it, it's all public. The video displayed behavior just in the law firm's letter of 2017 and also patterns from previous cities. The video displays Mr. Lynn making condescending remarks to citizens as well as complete disregard for the mayor as the presiding officer. At one point, he says to the mayor, "So what, kick me out?" And which that point, the council went into executive session. The topics that led to the point were many that you yourselves have brought up to this council, or to council. The website, the investment pool, the need for information to residents as many places as possible. Mr. Lynn felt that doing it by the book and only putting it in City Hall rather than putting it on Facebook where people had access to it was sufficient. So I just ask that you please look into this further and please not going forward.
Thank you. Next, we have Jack Miller. I know.
Can I have that time? That helps a lot. My name is Jack Miller, 4839 Big Gordon, Kirby, Texas. For the past 13 years, for those that are asking, everybody keeps asking, does this guy even live here? Yes, I do. That's great that she got up here and spoke and very clever to do it fast and get it on record. That established a record, by the way. I encourage you guys to go back and review what she said. I know it's hard to understand everything she's saying. So if you can, please go back and listen to everything she said. She brought up a lot of points about our soon-to-be interim city manager. So I disagree. I've done my own checking. I've gone to that area in person and talked to people. They talk to me. They love me, and I believe they're being honest. He's a hard charger. He rubs some people the wrong way. He's not perfect. But for the citizens that are paying attention to this, rest assured, no matter what official takes a spot up here, I'm not going nowhere. And those things that we're worried about, those are legit concerns, but Mr. Wynn may be listening to this as well. That's Lynn, right? Lynn. This is my brain injury. Anyway, Mr. Lynn is watching. He understands. I can guarantee you he understands that no stone will be left unturned if there's any kind of what I call tyranny. And that's when an official operates outside of the rules and the laws. You may do 100 things I don't like, and I'm going to say what I need to say about that. But I really don't activate until we operate outside the rules and the laws. And then I just like to throw that to the bone. I wanted to bring something up. There is a report, a police report, titled Neglectful Supervision. And it was initiated by ex-Councilman Grant, a false allegation, CPS. They came to my house. They did a thorough investigation. I welcomed them in the house to their surprise. They were there for about 3 hours. I gave them access to everything and anything regarding my kiddo. They closed that investigation. It was unfounded. The allegations were unfounded, untrue, proven to be untrue. And so I was at one time accusing the mayor as being the complainant. And I was wrong about that, and on record, I fixed that. But I asked for that police report. And the city refuses to give it to me. Paying Rampage Law Firm money to fight the release of that report to me. But the city gave it to Mr. White over here, my producer. Gave it to him, unredacted. I have 2 questions for candidates that are running for office. Number 1, what is going on. One of two things is going on. The city cites the family code as the law preventing it releasing to the public. So either the city is violating the law of the family code by releasing it to Mr. White, or the city is violating my rights under the Texas Public Information Act to have that exact same report. Which one is it? That's the first question that I implore you to find out. And if you don't work to find that out, I will see that you are, in my book, completely unendorsed. Because either the law is being violated or my rights are being violated. Second question, how much of taxpayer money is being paid to this law firm? And I warned you guys. I warned you, they will argue the time of day. I have arguments in my civil cases where they're literally arguing saying, this didn't happen, but it's on video. Ridiculous arguments like that in my civil cases. I got two. Y'all can look them up. Miller versus Savaggio and Miller versus Valenciano. They're the law firm representing the cities. And they will argue this stuff and charge you and charge you and charge you. So, how much of taxpayer money is being spent to withhold a report that's being given out? I need those two answers from the candidates. Not tonight. To find those answers. Make that important. Because that's only the tip of the iceberg into the violations regarding public information requests in the city. That process is so jacked up. Extremely jacked up. And that's evidence. Law being broken or rights being violated. Please find out and stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next, we have Kirk Harrison.
Mayor, council members, my name is Kirk Harrison. I'm with Frontier Waste. I'm the other bidder on 7A and 7B. I thought I'd probably talk at that time, but this is fun. I wanted to introduce myself. I've been in the trash business for 28 years. Worked for various companies, not public. But also, I understand city council. I was on the city council in Millbury for 12 years. So I can empathize with some of the things that goes on in city council, but it is an open session and it's very important here. So I really appreciate how open you are. I just wanted to say we're very interested in getting the contract for this city. We're very interested in serving the city. One of the things that's different about us, if you look at the RFP we turned in, is that the fact we'll be here 5 days a week running the routes. Now, that doesn't mean we'll be going over the same roads 5 times. We got it sectioned off. You can see there's a map included in the bid. What we're trying to do is be here in case something comes up in the city. We have a truck in the area. So that's quick response, and we're trying to improve, one of the things we can do, because not as big as they are, but we're a pretty large company. We're in Dallas, Houston, San Marcos, here in San Antonio, and down in Cotuí, where we got locations. So we like to respond. We like to change the way we do it. We want it to be more responsive. We want it to be more responsible. And we wanted to really hear from our, basically the citizens that pay our way, which would be the same ones that you service, and make sure that they're satisfied with the service. Scratch should be a simple thing. Shouldn't be any phone calls, hardly at all on it. Should be just come in, go to your job, and move on. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to me, and I'm hoping you'll consider my company. I haven't seen the pricing on it, so I can't tell you how close we are or how far we are from the original pricing, but our price stands, and we're ready to go. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Maria Lozano.
Maria Lozano, 5203 Allen B. Drive, Madam Mayor and City Council. I am here to talk about item number 7N. As I had mentioned to the council at the last meeting on February 23rd, 2023, to please retract your contract of employment to Mr. William Lynn from the year 2015 to 2022, a total of 7 years. He has already been hired and terminated from the city of Valley Mills, the city of Leonard, and soon from the city of Kennedy. The city of Kirby would be his fourth city as a city manager. That's 4 cities in the span of 7 years. Compare that to our former city manager, Monique Vernon, who served our city for 8 years. That makes one wonder why has Mr. Lynn worked on so many cities within such a short time span. According to the Valley Mills City Council meeting minutes of November 2nd, 2017, Mr. Lynn was paid out of his contract for $29,000 plus. Some of the reasons for letting him go were due to some of his actions and improper use of city funds. In 2019, Mr. Lynn's contract was with the city of Leonard was terminated due to his inability to provide accurate financial reports and the interpersonal and management issues that were ongoing between Mr. Lynn and the city staff. In March of 2022, Mr. Lynn penned a letter and posted it on the City of Kennedy website, informing the Kennedy residents of his plan to not seek a contract renewal at the end of his contract in 2023. His stated reasons for this included causing discomfort and anguish within the city staff and failing to maintain tact and decorum during council meetings. In addition, there were multiple comments or posts from city staff who expressed concern and fear regarding Mr. Lynn's management style, his unprofessional attitude, and lack of code of conduct with residents, including an 85-year-old lady who he hung up on while telling her that her inability to leave a voicemail message was not his problem. There are multiple more examples of these types of interactions between Mr. Lynn and the residents. So why would we want to bring someone like that to our city? Someone who has no respect and lack of disregard for our elderly, and the residents are probably our city staff and employees. Again, lacks professionalism according to what we've read, and not only on social media but also in professional reports and minutes. So my request to our city council is that you say no to Mr. Lynn and reconsider his contract. That was it, and I also have other agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Molina.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. Joe Molina, 2802 Von Braun. I have been a citizen here of Kirby for 37 years, and I just wanted to let the residents know that I'm running for City Council, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Gus Guerra.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm Gus Garrett, live at 5411 Happiness, and I've addressed council on the issue that I'm here to update you on as of today at this council meeting. This goes back, started in October, and wanted to give great thanks to the Chief of Police, Roxanne Cordona, ACO officers, Megan Wallace and Mike Carrillo, and all the officers involved in the surrender of the approximately 50 animals, the correct count animal defense and police should have. There are around 50 animals removed from that residence on February 24th, I believe it was. We've been to building standards meetings twice now. The adjacent neighbor was given 20 days from the original building and standards meeting held on December the 28th, 28th, I believe, or
Is that better?
November the 28th. And he was given 20 days to get rid of the animals, have them all and taken. Well, on February the 24th, none of the cats have been removed, but along with all the officers, they did the removal, and we are now, at this moment, cat-free that we're aware of. My concerns are this becoming a continuous process, because we're 1.5 weeks into removal of the cats. And he has been spotted feeding animals in the alley, which has been reprimanded on, according to Officer Cordea, Chief Cordea, I'm sorry. He has been, we called in at 5 o'clock in the morning because we were woke with hollering by him, shining flashlights, calling in cats at 5 o'clock in the morning, and just a week ago. That being said, I just hope this doesn't become a repetitious event, and hopefully it won't. But I just wanted to address you with the recent, outcome, and thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Moving on to 6, consideration of, yes ma'am? Go right ahead.
This email came in from Tricia Baber. I know members of city council have a difficult job in filling the position of city manager. In my opinion, Mr. Lynn is a giant step backward. Like many others, I have viewed council meetings from Kennedy, Texas. A family that did live in Karnes County said that most citizens found Mr. Lynn very difficult to work with and for. Then the Valley Mill city attorney resigned due to difficulty working with Mr. Lynn. What happened when he applied for city manager with City of Bidor in March 2020? Take a look at those records. It is professional of city manager to tell council to eject him from the council meeting. For the good of Kirby, please do not hire William Lynn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baber. Now we will move to 6, consideration of an action on minutes for special meeting minutes February 23rd, 2023.
Mayor, make a motion that we accept the special minutes dated February 23rd, 2023.
I'll second the motion. We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Apodaca, seconded by Councilmember Walsick, to accept the special meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2023. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Apodaca?
Yes.
Councilmember Garza?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Street?
Yes.
Councilmember Walter?
This is so you guys can hear the people at the podium a lot closer.
Yes. These special meeting minutes of February 23rd, 2023 have passed. I will now entertain a motion for the regular meeting minutes of February 2023, that's a mouthful, February 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, I move we accept the regular meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Apodaca, to accept the meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2023. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Street?
Yes.
Councilmember Walter?
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin? Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder?
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
Yes. The regular meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2023 have passed.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Mayor, at this time, I would like to make a motion to move item 7B ahead of 7A.
A second.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Apodaca, seconded by Councilmember Martin, to move agenda item B in front of agenda item A. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Apodaca.
Yes.
Councilmember Garza.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Councilmember Street.
Yes.
Councilmember Walton.
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
Yes. With that being said, 7B, presentation, discussion, and possible action on municipal solid waste services proposal.
Give me feedback on the sound and the video.
Tom, did you want to come and speak a bit?
Sure will. Good evening, Mayor and Council and city staff. My name is Tom Armstrong. I'm the manager of municipal sales for Republic Services. Been with the company for, this is my 18th year, and I've handled the city of Kirby since 2014, so about 9 years now. This is one of my favorite cities to handle. It's close to my heart, and I'll get into why in just a second. We really have a true partnership between Republic Services and the city of Kirby. It's not a one-sided relationship where the city demands things and we demand things. It is true quid pro quo. It's beneficial for both sides. Just a quick example of that. I lost my mother on Thanksgiving of 2017. The very first flowers that I received came from the city of Kirby. The card was signed by Monique, Mayor Pierce, and Patty, but it was from the entire staff and council. And you know, even though it's been a while, it still means a lot to me that the city did that for me. And my whole point of this is that kind of thing will make you want to fight for a city. I have over 20 cities that I handle, but I feel like Kirby is near and dear to my heart because I've handled it the entire time, and it's just a bit of a special relationship between the two. Going on to the service itself, being the incumbent, we're completely familiar with the city. We know the routes inside and out. We know which folks need extra help. There's some elderly and some disabled folks that we help out every week with their carts, and you know that's nothing that we're going to have to learn. We know it. And when I looked up service complaints from the city in the last 90 days, they were nearly zero. So basically, if a resident puts out their trash, we make it go away, which is the true goal of a trash program. You know, no bells and whistles. You put it out and it disappears. And when you transition, or if you transition to a new hauler, there's going to be a significant learning curve, and you don't know how long that's going to take. It could be a month, it could be 6 months, and my question is, why would you want to gamble with that when we have a really good program in place now? Several years ago, we had an issue with the quality of recycling that we were receiving and picking up from the residents of Kirby. It was highly contaminated. A great amount of the recyclables that we were picking up, we couldn't recycle. There were diapers in there, there was food waste in there, and that ends up contaminating the whole load, and it ends up in the landfill because it can't be recycled in those situations. So I came to council at that time, kind of looking for a solution, and we were at a point where we were either going to have to discontinue curbside recycling, or we were going to have to get a price increase just to offset the amount of sorting we were having to do. at our recycling center. What we did instead was we put together a educational campaign. We did direct mail. I spoke to residents at National Night Out 2 years in a row, and we measured the amount of contamination before and after. And at this point, Kirby has one of the lowest levels of contamination in the recyclables of any of the accounts that we service, and hats off to you guys. That's great. Talk about partnership. You know, it should be one that benefits both parties. As far as the city itself goes, some of the donations that we made in 2022, we provided over $60,000 in donated services and cash contributions to the city of Kirby. And in addition, we absorbed $9,400 in overages to the household hazardous waste program. Basically, the contract allows $15,000 annually for the household hazardous waste program. The last several years, it's ran over, and instead of presenting the city with an invoice for that delta, we just ate it. We absorbed it internally. So, you know, by the contract, we could have billed the city for that, but we didn't feel like it was in the city's best interest to do that. We've also donated toward the 4th of July last year, the $1,500 cash contribution towards fireworks in the park, a roll-off at $600 value, city cleanup at Public Works, which we do once a year, at a value of $25,000 in the amount of roll-offs that we did, hauling those back and forth. Friendship Park has solid waste carts and recycled carts, over 30 of them. They weren't listed in the RFP, which I was a little surprised about, because I would think the city would want to keep those carts at the park, but we perform those free of charge at a value of $9,600. And then, of course, we do city-owned property, City Hall, Senior Center, the pool, Public Works, Animal Control. That's about $975 a month, or a little short of $12,000 annually. So, I feel like there's a good thing in place. I hope that we're able to continue this relationship going forward. As far as the response that we submitted, do you want me to go through that? Are you familiar with it? Do you want to ask questions about it?
Okay, well, I think at this time, Tom, I think that I'm going to turn it over to our council members, because I know that they have some questions.
Very good.
Councilmember Walston?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
Do you still have a program where larger families can get an additional trash can for $7 a month? Is that correct?
It is, yeah. And the RFP called for twice a week service, and we bid it for once a week service and twice a week service. We don't feel like the majority of the citizens of Kirby need twice a week service. So we did give a bid for twice a week service. But what makes more sense, instead of running trucks over the city streets 2 times a week, we do it 1 time a week. And those citizens that do have extra trash that need more out, they can get an additional container at a nominal price. So instead of everyone having to pay for twice a week service when everyone doesn't need it, those who do need it can pay for an extra card. Feels like that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, that's perfect. I don't even know that a lot of citizens knew about that. I have another thing. I did an off-kilter response asking for what people thought was good and bad about the services. And most of them messaged me or answered straight out on the whatever page it was on. There were several of them it was on. And a lot of them are intimating about a spring cleanup. Now, in your opinion, we do have a lot of code compliance and things coming to fruition at this point. They can call you and ask you to come out, or would it be possible when you say do the oil and the hazardous waste materials like you're having in March, if we can move that to April and put out an additional container for spring cleanup? Would that be a problem with you guys?
No, that would be completely
That-
acceptable. One of the options that we put in our response was, you currently have 2 cleanup events and they're different. In the fall, we do a curbside bulk and brush pickup, and then in the spring, I think it's in the spring, it might be flip-flop. At Public Works, we bring roll-offs out there, and that's what I mentioned earlier, it came up to
Okay,
25,000.
and that's what it is, okay.
So they have that option. A couple other options that are out there is what we call an out-of-cycle bulk pickup or an out-of-cycle brush pickup. So if you have something that you need picked up, you can call us, and for a nominal fee, we'll pick it up. Another thing we included is if you want more than one curbside collection event per year, I think it's the very last thing on here, for an additional $1.30 per home, you could get a second bulk and brush cleanup, or if you wanted 2 more, it would be $2.60.
Wonderful, and that would be per household? Is that
Correct.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, that's perfect. The only concern I have is with the elderlies. A lot of them are on pension pennies, and it's very difficult, believe it or not. Some of them can't even come up with $2.60. So if you could look into that, that'd be great.
Sure.
But I see absolutely no problem with you guys whatsoever. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Garza.
All right, the question I have is based on the bulk and brush pickup. Okay, so we have one that's bulk and brush, and as it was stated, for another $1.60 per person, we can actually have a second one. Would that also entail us keeping the 25 cans where we can still bring it?
Yeah.
And we could like move that to any time period?
Sure, you could do that.
Okay.
If you wanted to get rid of the event at Public Works, we could take an amount off of the monthly rate in exchange for that you could put towards another curbside event. Or if you wanted to add a curbside event, you could have 2 curbside events and keep the one at Public Works.
No, actually, that sounds great. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I do believe that 2 curbside events would probably be most beneficial to the residents. I think that that's something that I've been hearing, that they would like to have a brush and bulk pickup in the beginning of the year or springtime or in the fall. So I think that would be a great thing. Also, I wanted to ask about the access to your app. I did notice you guys have an app that like reminds you and tells you all this stuff. But since we pay it in our city bill, we don't actually have a number to get into your app to see those types of things. I think stuff like that might be useful. I don't know what's in it, but I'm assuming you could probably, if you had extra brush or do that, you could probably schedule. If you had can problems, you might be able to tell you guys about it, right?
Yeah, and it's a little frustrating for me because if you're an open market customer, meaning not part of a franchise municipality, through the app, you can report a missed pickup. You can request an out-of-cycle bulk or brush pickup. You can pay your bill. You can relay questions about your bill. Where we haven't figured it out yet is on those municipalities that are summary billed, which means we send the city of Kirby an invoice for everything. So we have one account number, and it's for the city of Kirby. We don't have an account number for Mr. Garza. So that has been recognized. They are working on it. And basically what they're going to do is it's just going to take a lot of work. They're just going to have to put in all of the addresses in there. And instead of having a personalized name on there, you'll access it through your address, and then at that point, you can add a name to your account and access everything through the My Republic service.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure something like that was in the works, because I think it would be a great asset to some of these citizens.
It is, and I was really excited about it when they rolled it out, and it's one of those things you get pumped up about it, and then you start looking into it, and I can't use it for my municipalities yet, so.
Do you have kind of an idea of the time period of like how long it might take for them to do that kind of stuff? Is it years or?
No, I think in the next 6 to 9 months, it'll be out, because they have a beta test running in the DFW market for it right now, where they're seeing how much labor it's gonna take us to key all of these addresses in to have it to feed towards the app itself. So it's in the works.
I appreciate that.
You bet.
Okay, Mayor Person Breaker, did you have anything?
Yeah, so basically I was gonna say what Circus said, because in the past I have stated on record in here several times that I wanted to bulk pick up curbside. Because it's easier for residents to, or anyone to, if you don't have a truck or anything, it's easier to take it there. We're always talking about code compliance issues, so that's my main, I'm fine with everything as long as we have to at least two both side curbside pickups.
Okay, and, you know, I know cost is always a big consideration, and like I told Mr. Garza, if you want to try to offset that increase of $1.30, I can find out how much we can clip off that monthly rate if you wanted to do away with the public works event. So it won't be as much, it won't completely offset that $1.30, but it'll subsidize it quite a bit.
Councilmember Stream?
I had a question about the recyclables.
Uh-huh.
I know we have that list and it comes out, I think y'all send it out yearly or it gets updated or whatever. I was going through the list, egg cartons are on the list for not being recyclable. Now is that just styrofoam ones or is it all egg cartons?
It's the styrofoam ones, and I'm glad you brought that up, because when the very first time I saw that, I'm like, well, why would egg cartons not be on there? Because in my mind, I think of the cardboard ones,
Right.
but there are a lot of the styrofoam ones out there which isn't.
So the cardboard ones are okay, but not the styrofoam,
Yeah.
okay.
So that's a good heads up, and we can put a little asterisk by that.
Greasy food container, does that include a pizza box?
Yep, but what you can do with a pizza box, if you really want to recycle, is rip the lid off of it and put the lid in the recycling and put the greasy box in the trash. But when it's soaked with grease, we can't.
Okay, it also includes ice cream cartons that are wax coated. Does that include cups that are wax coated?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
And things I know I have put probably in there are if you put the to-go cup in the recycling, the lid's on it. But this says to-go lids. Is that a to-go lid?
That's a good question, just because it depends on
And the straw's usually in it too.
the buyers out there. If we have buyers out there, if there's a mill that's looking for that, we send it in and we sell it. We collect it till we have enough to sell. But I don't know where we stand on that right now. Terry, do you know? Yeah. I brought my bodyguard with me.
No problem, there were some things on that list that were like, wow, no, I thought that was recyclable, so, okay.
And you can ask about glass.
I got glass on here, I know, but we've never been able to recycle glass as far as I know, so, yeah, I didn't even ask about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions for Republic? Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Before we move on to Mr. Harrison, Mr. Miller, can I get you to move your camera back to the designated area?
No, ma'am. I have a right to sit right here and film. And you can't control how I film and how I gather information. With all due respect, the only reason I moved here is because this audio system is so poor. that I can't pick up the audio. That's the only reason I moved here. So would you mind telling me why you don't want me here?
Because we have an ordinance where we have a designated audio and recording area, which is right over there.
I would assert that that would violate my freedom of speech to collect data and collect information in my own way. That's not disturbing anybody here. Nobody's complained. I'm not disturbing anything. And I'm gathering information. You want to tell them? Because I'm going to stand my ground, and you'll have to get the police chief to remove me. Yeah. For what?
For media.
You should know better, because we dealt with this with Leon Valley. He's lying. We dealt with this exact issue. I'm sorry. We dealt with this exact issue. There's video on it with Leon Valley trying to do the same thing. The very same law firm told them, stop, because we threatened to sue, and we had grounds to do that. So I have no problem following rules of decorum. I'm not bothering nobody. There's people that can't hear. That's the only reason I moved here.
Well, we have rules and we have an ordinance where we have a designated recording area. And I'm asking you to move your camera over there.
Okay, then the chief will write me a ticket for refusing and recording here, a violation of that ordinance. I believe it's a resolution, not a lawful ordinance. If it's an ordinance, I'm going to refuse. And I'm going to request that I be written a citation by the police.
Well, I'm going to ask you to leave this meeting if you don't move your camera to the designated area.
I'm not going to do that, Mayor. I believe it's a violation of my free speech to collect data. You can order that police chief to remove me because I'm sitting here filming and gathering info where I can hear it. If the chief so chooses to do that, we'll just get that on record. And with all due respect, I'll handle it legally.
Okay.
I will file a lawsuit against this city for a First Amendment violation. It's the same thing we told Leon Valley. I would urge everybody to consider that. And next time, instead of doing this, find some other alternative to allow citizens to gather information. I'm not looking for a fight. I'm just looking to see here. I can lower my camera if you like. I can bring it all the way down here if you're worried about people being able to see. I'm willing to do that. I can even leave it here and go sit over there. It's just I can't get the audio of people at the podium.
Well, Mr. Miller, I'm going by rules and regulations, and we have a designated area over there for recording devices. And again, if you are not going to comply with my request, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Okay, can you just ask the police chief to cite me for the ordinance violation, and then I'll move over there instead of kicking me out of the meeting?
Mr. Miller, I'm not going to argue with you.
Mayor,
So either the chief can cite me for a violation of the law, or how can you remove me from the meeting?
I'd like to make a motion just to allow Jack Miller to see where he's staying, if he just lowers his camera just a bit.
I certainly can do that.
We have a motion on the table to allow Mr. Miller to stay at the location he's at to lower his camera, and it's seconded by Councilmember Street. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Breyer,
No.
Councilmember Martin,
No.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walden,
No.
Councilmember Apadaka,
No.
Mayor Aldrich.
No. Mr. Miller, please move your camera or leave. It's still being.
Chief, can you write me a citation for this?
I'm acting in the capacity of an acting city manager right now.
Can your police officers write me a citation for
I
that?
will request an officer Hill.
Because according to the mayor, I violated an ordinance, and that's only fair.
Allow Officer Hill to,
I'm gonna-
review the ordinance with you.
I'm going to move over there. If I may, I'll move over there.
Go right ahead.
But I do want that citation for that ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison,
And I'm sorry. I don't know exactly where I can and cannot be.
right
So I
where
want to
you're
be
at,
as
sir.
close, I want to be as close to the podium to pick up the audio as possible. So where can I be? Can I be like at the end of this chair?
Yes, sir, that
Okay.
is correct.
Thank you. And if there's anything that you don't like, let me know and I'll try to give you what you need.
Thank you for moving, but I don't appreciate the argument. Thank you.
I don't appreciate you
Mr.
violating my
Harrison,
First
okay.
Amendment rights.
one more outburst and you will leave this building, sir.
I can't address you when you address me. Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison, I'm sure that we have council members that have questions for you, the same as that we had for Republic.
All right.
Councilmember Garza.
Sir, I would like to know about the access to brushable pickups.
Almost identical to what he was saying, we would perform the same task as they're doing at this time. We do it in other cities that we have.
And then it's two, it's one in the fall and in the spring.
Right.
Correct. And do you guys have the roll-off option?
Yes.
Okay.
We have roll-off units here in our San Antonio office, and then a lot of our residential is in our Flokeet office. So we have multiple places to gain trucks.
Okay. Also, I wanted to know if you had access to an app.
Access to who?
To an app to talk about.
Well, it's online.
Broken trash cans.
Except for the city, yeah. Right now, basically what it is you go in and you can type it in as a request. You say, I want to contact, and you put it as a request. One of the things I can tell you that with this company I've never seen before.
It's important. I need to know if you guys can hear everything. So comment when you can't hear stuff.
After hours, the request goes directly to the CEO of the company. I've gotten emails from him at 9 and 10 o'clock at night, and spoke with operations and to have it taken care of the next day. I've never seen that before. It was a first for me. And so again, it was what I had covered earlier about response and how we try to make it better for the people that are using our service, so that we can stand out a little bit. You know, we don't own a landfill. We don't have some of the other bells and whistles, as it were, but we're a solid trash company, and we give really good service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Street.
Hi.
Hello.
You have your pricing schedule.
There are some very important things that I need to talk about, so I was trying not to get kicked out.
A week, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the back in section 15, under attachment C, it's on page 23. Residential collection and disposal is twice a week. It's included in the monthly fee. So I'm not sure, is it a twice a week thing or?
Well, we're trying to give
It's
an
twice a
option.
week, it's 30.
Yes.
So why is this not the option for once a week on here? I'm just trying to straighten everything in my head here. We get once a week on recycle.
Yes, ma'am.
And then curbside bulky item collection is monthly,
Right.
every month. So,
We do a bulky, we're gonna be doing the same as they do at this time.
well, right now what we have is one bulk pickup in the fall.
Fall and one
And then
spring.
one roll-off where we have to take it to in the spring.
We'll-
We're thinking about adding that second bulk
Right.
pickup.
And that's something that we would add.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So we're just once a week and then recycle is every week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there any more questions for Mr. Harrison? All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Yes, sir,
I want to talk about the agenda item if they're done talking.
you certainly can.
Jack, number 4839, Dick Gordon. I was listening to the first gentleman talk, and I maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm off, but did I hear, do business with me, and I'll continue to give you money for your sideshows? I can't come up here as a business person and tell you, council person, if you extend my contract, I'll give you money. I thought that's what I heard. Maybe my brain injuries got me all jacked up, but I have nothing against that place or that particular company or the other. I know nothing about either one of them other than.
Sorry about that, the microphone's not working.
Yeah, I don't think it is. think that was the whole issue too, because it's just, like, it works sometimes and then sometimes it doesn't.
I can restart your terms.
You don't have to restart it, just stop it. You know what I mean? I wish I could, I'm just tired. I mean, I can talk loud. Batteries?
Do they need a battery, Patty?
It shows on. Maybe it just has to. Don't touch it.
Testing, testing. There we go. Can I just, Chief, can I just get the time up? You don't have to do anything with it, just, was it like a minute or two? I don't know.
I'll just give you 5 minutes, sir, because it was right at that point.
Okay, I won't probably take that long. Okay, so, as I was saying, that, you know, that's what I thought I heard, and I didn't like the sound of that. It's just it goes in and out, I guess, so no big deal. I'll talk louder. So, I just didn't like the sound of that. Well, I appreciate it as a citizen. Anything that a company's gonna give us for free, I would certainly appreciate that. But make no mistake, these companies, they're not charities. They are for-profit businesses. And we all know that when we walk into HEB and they have all kinds of free stuff for you, they pass that on to you. You still pay for it. And these companies I wouldn't expect them to be any different. So I would ask that you guys say thank you for the extra stuff that the first company pointed out that they do for the city. The free stuff, taking in the costs or expenses. I think there was, I don't know, $1,500 to give us some extra fireworks. Say thank you. But don't let that have any type of effect or influence on your decision to extend the contract or go with someone else. I think that is just the right thing to do, is not consider that stuff. And frankly, I just have trouble even hearing that. So I'm not saying the company's doing anything wrong. I just, man, you give without the expectation of receiving back. And you don't come up here and say, renew my contract, or we'll stop giving you free stuff. That's another way to look at it. That's the negative photo of those statements. So I have a problem with that. I know that you guys, you took bids, and I trust that you guys are going to do, and I'll ask you, and I trust that you already are going to do the fiscally responsible thing that's going to give our city the best bang for its buck. They pick up trash. And if they don't want to pick up trash, somebody else will come and pick up trash. They pick up trash, and a lot of it they sell. So my point is that it's not a huge, like, oh my God, they're building, taking us to space and stuff like that. They're picking up trash. No offense to the trash guys, but please don't consider things like what you're going to get from them on the side. And can the other company match that? So on the flip side of that coin, has anybody asked this other company, can they do the same things that this company's doing by fostering events outside of picking up trash? Because if that is allowed and that is legal, we want that. We certainly want that to continue. Can the other company do that? Have y'all asked that? If you haven't, find out, please, and do the fiscally responsible thing for the taxpayers. We can't be throwing all kinds of money at these guys that we don't need to be throwing. We have severely underpaid police here. And we don't need to be taking that money and giving it to trash services so we can have an extra $1,500 worth of fireworks and things like that. I hope I made myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we have council discussion on the contracts, or I will entertain a motion? Councilmember Street?
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
For Mr. Frontier. In your plan for service delivery, I knew there was something, I couldn't remember what it was. On here it says race half of collection will be every other Wednesday. Half the city on the first and third Wednesday, and the other half on the second, fourth, not every week.
Right. I was reading that too and misinterpreted it. It's every other.
Okay, so, okay. And you've got us divided into 4 quadrants, so.
Don't break out your ticket book yet.
No, I mean, I'm fine, so, I mean, it's here, I haven't broken this. It's in, I'm running late, so.
Don't say nothing right now, I'm gonna lie, so, but I'm gonna work with the chief and you guys to figure out what the most appropriate thing here is. If the law requires, if it's ordinance, and I broke that ordinance, I would insist that I be cited for that ordinance, because that would only be fair. And I know you guys have discretion, but frankly, I'm gonna tell the chief, if you don't cite me for breaking the law right here, tell me flat out, I'm gonna break that law, then you're gonna look bad. So you have to, and I think she will. I think she's gonna do what the law says she has to do. And if it's to, ratification.
Bear with me, guys. Bear with me, bear with me. Bear with me. Kirby City Hall. All right, so basically here's where we're at. Just a quick update in case you missed it. Mr. Miller was sitting at a, quote, undesignated area for media, which there is no part in there marked for media. And the mayor asked him to move. He respectfully declined. He wasn't bothering anybody. He was just recording because the piss poor audio in there, you guys can't hear it. So that's where we're at. We're trying our hardest to get this corruption bullshit under control. This mayor is on her way out, and she doesn't care. She's going to say and do what she wants, and she has this entitlement issue. Feel free to redress your government anytime you feel they are doing shit that's wrong. Stick with it, stick it out, and maintain. We're going to see if they write Mr. Miller a citation for the ordinance that he supposedly violated. Again, there is no area in there that's marked, and the place she had him moved to was basically 6 feet away from where he was. Same setup, just opposite side of the podium. So that's where we're at. Mr. Miller's up there talking with one of the police officers here in Kirby. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see if there's a citation written, and we will take it from there. Don't want to blind you. Yes, ma'am. We're in here arguing about trash pickup, and yet these officers are the lowest paid in the area. We over here worried about getting free fireworks or $1,500 worth of fireworks instead of giving tax-paying citizens and people who pay their bills here in Kirby, Texas, the option to have a different trash service and so forth. They much rather worry about, oh, they give us $1,500 for fireworks. So, again, we're at the point to where we're going to see if they write a citation for Mr. Miller regarding him expressing his First Amendment and gathering data and information for the public. So we shall see. If you guys can hear me, give me a 1. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Every time we come to these meetings, this mayor is itching and burning to find a reason to kick Mr. Miller out. And she tried her hardest today. It's that I'm in charge theory that she has in her head, to where she feels she's entitled. She does not follow rules of decorum. She makes her own rules up as she goes. Have a good night, sir.
Okay, thanks.
And she's going to do what she wants to do to anybody and everybody. If you don't play ball her way, then she's going to do what she can to get you out of here. In all honesty, and it'll be out soon, at our last council meeting, we asked her a question by her car, and she begged the police chief to help her. I don't know what she expected the police chief to do. There was no violations of any sort, but that's the type of tyrannical stuff that this mayor likes to play. Here comes Mr. Miller. Let's see if he wants to address you guys.
I need a smoke. So, I'm going to read this ordinance. Apparently it is an ordinance. It's not a resolution. Am I on video?
Yeah.
Did I give consent to be filmed? Do you have my permission?
You're in a public spot, sir. So I will record
I need a
you.
cigarette, bro.
You can get the mayor out here to see if she wants to handle it.
Can I start talking to them? Can you grab my cigarettes out of the drink? Please. Yeah, so, you guys, I did not expect what happened to happen. I didn't expect that to happen. If you guys can share this live stream out and start telling all your friends and stuff like that, because this is going to be good. This is not over. That was a violation of my First Amendment right. It was the same thing Leon Valley did. I don't know if you guys remember Leon Valley, but when we first started coming in there with cameras and addressing their bullshit, first thing they did was write a fucking square on the ground and say, all you journalists and activists and assholes, y'all need to be within this red square. And that same law firm told them they couldn't do it. And now that same law firm is telling them you can, because that law firm wants to make money when the city's sued for doing that. It's the fox guarding the fucking hen house. Okay? So that's just one dynamic. Then you got the other dynamic. You got the mayor who has capitulated and gave up. She's going to take her fat ass out to fucking pasture and not be mayor anymore. So now she's getting emboldened to do all the shit that she wants to people she doesn't like. Like, for instance, Mr. Miller, you need to move your camera and tripod over there. Well, what the fuck if I take my phone and decide to sit in that chair? What happens if I sit in that chair with just my phone in my hand? Then what? We know what Leon Valley tried to do, and we know how that worked out for him. Right? So, this mayor has to go. She's not running, but I would urge the citizens to recall that mayor now and censor that mayor now. That mayor can be censored. That mayor can be removed from that council meeting for violating rights. I don't think the council realizes what's fixing to happen. Like, I don't know, they don't watch YouTube. They don't pay attention. Even the Texas Municipal League has talked about this. They have a class about this very thing. People attending city council meetings with tripods and cameras, they have a class about this very thing. They didn't take the class? Are there going to be another city that's going to sit there and laugh when I warn them that it's going to bring on civil liability? They're going to sit there and they're going to laugh? So this is what happened. Generally, I sit over on the right side, and that's a designated media area. And I don't have a problem with that because, frankly, that's where I was sitting from day one. It's the best seat in the house to film. I want to sit over there on the right. But their audio system sucks ass. Okay, and tonight their audio system started malfunctioning. And I could not get the audio recorded. So I moved closer to the podium in a chair, but closer to the podium on the left side. But let me tell you the real reason. Let me tell you the real reason the mayor said for me to move over. Here's the real reason. Because she knew I was sitting there with my camera taking close-up shots of her fucking face front on.
Step back, man.
Because we talked about that loud enough to where she could hear it. So part of the plan tonight was to take the camera and move towards the center so we could get straight shots of her face for video production. And she knew that. Wait till you see all the footage I have of straight onto her face. That's why she didn't want me sitting there. And she's gonna mask it as an ordinance. Well, Mayor, I guess this is the you can't take picture of my fat fucking face ordinance. That's what we're gonna call it. Anyway, I pushed the issue, but there's some important things I need to talk about as a citizen here tonight. So I didn't want to get completely kicked out because I need to talk about, there's one important agenda item that I need to talk about. So I didn't want to get kicked out just yet. Normally I don't give a fuck about getting kicked out. Get rat's ass. So anyway, ordinance. Here's the fucking ordinance. And I'll publish this later. Let's read the ordinance. Yeah, read it with me. Fuck, that light just blinded me. Now I can't read shit because I got a big white spot there.
We'll go over it later.
Fuck. Okay.
We'll address it later.
I can't see. I can't read the ordinance because I got that light. And it made a white spot there. I'll do a video later reading this ordinance. But basically where we're at is I moved the camera over to get better audio. There's chairs on both sides of the podium.
6 feet.
I just moved from one chair to the other.
6 feet difference.
There's no difference in what I was doing except I was on the other side. But because I was also taking with another camera straight shots of the mayor's face, that's why she did what she did.
Step back.
Just so you know. But there was no difference in where I was at. But I could get better audio. Everybody heard that. Well, the mayor ain't having it. So she decided to enforce an ordinance. I didn't know at the time whether it was a resolution or an ordinance. But apparently it is an ordinance. So what I did was I basically just put it on the record that if I'm violating an ordinance, just like any other citizen in this city, I should be cited by the police department and be able to have my due process to address that in a court of law, right? So,
and don't forget, you have to cross your heart and hope to die.
Because I have other things I need to talk about, I consented to that tyranny, right? So that kind of messes with my claim. But, I mean, I should be cited, right, if I violated an ordinance, because I did violate that ordinance, and I refused to move. And only under threat of being kicked out of that meeting did I move. So, and literally, check this out, guys. I took my camera, and I moved it to the right side.
6 feet.
Just as close as I was. I was just on the right side now instead of the left side, but I was not in direct sight of the mayor. That was the whole thing. She didn't want me getting those straight shots. Too late, Mayor. Too late. And I got it with my 4K camera. This mayor is just, and that's why she's not running again. She's not running again because of me, by the way. So that's our history. So far since I started here, Councilman Salazar resigned. Councilman Grant resigned because I told them they're tyrants, they're violating the law and the rules, and aside from addressing that, I'm going to start turning over stones. So I started turning over stones and they're passed. Both of them resigned this year after I started flipping over stones. Both of them have skeletons. Both of them are ex-cops. Michael Grant and Joe Salazar, both of them are ex-cops. Both of them have tons of skeletons. They know it. And basically it was either you resign or I'm going to start digging. They resigned. Same thing with the mayor. The mayor can't. I tried to come in and teach her the importance of operating within the rules and the laws. She bucked it. She's that old school, that old guard, and is never going to learn. So she got to go. And I presented her the same thing. I'm not going to stop addressing your tyranny. You're going to have to deal with this tyranny every second of the meeting and after.
So now that the mayor has roughly about 4 meetings left in her, do you think that it's going to get worse?
It's going to get worse. I said this at the last meeting. Because she has only like 4 meetings left and she's not running again, she's getting emboldened to start acting out. The question is, how much money does she want to cost the city before she leaves? I don't want to sue the city. I don't. I just want people to be able to come up here and exercise their First Amendment right to gather information, to partake in their city government without fear of ridicule, torment, being made fun of, being made to shut up. And all these things were happening when I first showed up at this city. They're not happening anymore. People are now empowered to get up there and speak. So we are moving forward a little bit. But this bullshit tonight, and everybody voted no except for 2 council people. They could have voted to allow me to keep my tripod in. And while they were voting, I took my tripod and I lowered it all the way down to the fucking floor. And they still voted no. Nope. Got to go over to the designated area. Those council people will be held accountable for that. Hopefully they'll learn from this and they will own the fact you can't vote to violate the First Amendment. You don't get to violate the First Amendment by voting. We're going to vote to violate a person's First Amendment right. That's what they did. So anyway, you guys go ahead and if you send super chats and tell me what you would like to see
later
tonight, you're going to see that.
Let's go one even better.
I do got to talk about one thing, but after that I'm done and I can get kicked out. So.
If Goat's on here, post the Cash App. If you send the Cash App, he'll state whatever comment you want him to state.
Look, guys, this is what I do, right? So this is what I do, man. I go to places where the Constitution is on fire. All right, they're sitting here and they're lighting fire to the Constitution. We have constitutional rights. They're outlined in that paper, and whenever they're trying to set fire to it, I show up with my water hose and I start spraying everybody down.
Well, before you spray my lighter, can I see it? Oh,
you need your lighter? Man, I'm pissed, man. God damn that
lighter.
Oh. Anybody saying anything? Anybody asking any questions?
There's a few coming in.
I'm gonna flip it so I can answer some questions. So
turn that light off too if you're gonna flip it.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I got
turn that off. No, leave it on in case some jackass comes outside.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
just leave it on.
we're gonna move this way so you can see.
And that light was fucking bright, man. I'm gonna need some EMS or something.
Hold on, Mike Grant knows a good doctor.
I think Mike Grant knows a good doctor. Guys, Mike Grant is the ex-councilman that one night I was filming with this same exact light, and I was interviewing him on the way out to his car after he did some bullshit.
He's about this close.
And then he files a police report. Just like this. He files a police report for assault against me. Tries to get me charged with assault. It went to the DA's office. They rejected it. He said that he could feel the heat from my light. It's a fucking LED light, you fat fuck. Right?
He's the one that called you a sovereign.
He's the one that called me he called me a separatist.
There you go, separatist.
That's what brought me up here. Somebody says, how did they look when you asked about the free money from that trash company? Yeah, man, those council people were like, oh shit, you're right. I mean, literally, that motherfucker got up there and he's like, hey,
don't forget, we
renew,
give you $1,500.
Renew my contract, because we've done 10,000 here, 15,000 there. We gave y'all money here. We've donated to y'all. We've given y'all money, so renew our contract over this other company. That sounds like fucking bribery. Flat out bribery. In my book, I don't know. You guys be the judge. Is that bribery? I mean, is that some type of improper influence that this guy was trying to exert on the council? I think that we have laws against that. I could be wrong. I'm not an attorney. I just play one on YouTube. But for a company to come up here and say, hey, we give y'all all kinds of money, approve our contract over another company, there's laws against that.
We bought y'all fireworks. But y'all can't do them yourself.
Because saying that we give you money is also saying that we won't give y'all money if y'all don't renew the contract with us, right? So, are they on break or something?
Yeah.
They took a break? Okay. So just so you guys know, Leon Valley,
Here's a letter he wants to read, so.
just so y'all know, this whole thing about moving the tripod, the reason the mayor did that, because she knew that part of what I was doing was sitting right in front of her and taking close-up shots of her face.
But we couldn't see from where we were sitting, we couldn't see because you were there.
Right, and so nobody said that to me. Nobody said that to the mayor. Nobody said nothing. And if somebody would have said, hey, I can't see, I would have lowered it just like I did.
So why does it make a difference if you see her face?
Because she's a tyrant. Yeah, no, I'll tell you. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'll tell you. Yeah, absolutely, I'll tell you. I won't bite. I'm a nice guy.
Are you?
As long as you're not an official. Look,
I'm not official.
as long as you're, even if you are an official, as long as you're operating within the rules of the law, I'm your best friend. And there's council people and police that will tell you I'm your best friend if you operate within the rules of the law. But if you step outside the rules of the laws, I'm sorry.
I believe council's taking a short break, guys. So, few people are out to stretch their legs.
So the same person that says you're mean,
Bear
you
with
have
us.
to go over there, I have her on record saying you're not mean. So which one is it? Right? So that's one thing. Two, what happens if I just take my phone and I go sit over in that chair and just sit there with my phone?
Yes, yesterday, and where the.
I literally took my camera.
They're on
The
the
only
little
difference was I was not
bag of 3 or 4 yesterday. Well, but they're on a little plastic bag with 3 or 4 in the back. Yes. Yes, you can.
But the only,
Yes, you can. I didn't want to cause a problem for you.
the reason I moved over there, the reason I moved over there,
I replaced the tip twice. Well, I bought it for her, and then I got it.
consider it an audio project. And say, okay, drop that camera instead of whipping out
It's a balance issue, thank you.
Because let me tell you what Leon Valley did the same thing. We had the same argument, the same conversation. They took a vote, same exact thing. And that
Same law firm.
That law firm.
I was listening to you.
Told them. Well, okay, so told them you can't do it. The police chief, who was fired, by the way, fired and being sued, they already paid $500,000, $500,000 settlement in December on one of our cases. The Zinter versus Savaggio, $500,000 settlement. No Indiana we can talk about. And there's another one And before I sued them, I told them the same thing. I'm gonna sue you. You're violating our rights.
Which is
And
true,
they sit up there with the same face as this council just said it.
because they have no idea.
I don't wanna sue this city. I hope they take that ruling
But
to
it's your
heart.
right to do that.
Because if I can't get this addressed and stop here, I have no choice but to take it into a court after resolution, right? That's why we have access to it. But anyway, so Leon Valley,
Hey, I'm on the ballot, y'all.
hey, Leon Valley put a red square.
Yes.
Leon Valley put a red square.
City council. Because I believe in holding people accountable. From me to everybody else in this
Check
office.
this out, Leon Valley put a red square.
In Leon Valley?
Yeah. So we did what I'm gonna do here. We brought in, I think we had
Well,
like
it should be
30-something
marked.
Well, I think we had 30-something people. All of them had cameras. All of them were live streaming. And we set all over there.
Oh, that's right.
The
And we
square
were
was
like, now what are you gonna do?
But it is a violation. It's the same thing with locking a courtroom.
They,
And closing it
so
off.
they tried to say, if you're not in the red square, you need to leave. Or you need to shut
That's
off,
not
you need to shut, you can shut off your cameras, or you can leave. That's what Leon Valley did.
Which is why in a courtroom, you can be all around. You have cameras all around the edges and in the back.
That attorney knows what's going to happen. The same thing happened. Well, that particular attorney doesn't. It seems to be in trouble.
But the
But
practice
you should
knows.
check.
Yeah.
The practice knows, yeah. And here's another thing that I don't get why people are. It's the fox playing the hand. Does he want me to sue the city? Does he want my attorney to sue the city? Is his firm? Absolutely.
He does, because he gets money. Right.
Hey. So, you know, asking him.
I don't think anybody understands the gravity of those actions. I don't, because I don't think they know until they see it. Maybe they think that you're lying about your stuff. It's real. I mean,
But I've said it over and over again. Zinter versus Savaggio. Miller versus Savaggio. Miller versus Valenciano. Those are the cases. You can look them up. You can Google them. They're real. I'm not joking. And I'm not asking either. But sometimes you have a choice but to take something to court. I think we'll probably get some resolution on this matter. The mayor, she had a couple of meetings. And I caught her out in the parking lot and I told her, the last meeting when she was making all her faces, I go, I understand that you're getting golden to do what you were doing, that's causing you not to run again. And by the way, it's me. I'm the reason she's running. I'm the reason Salazar resigned. I'm the reason Clark resigned. Because they understood that if they kept this borough council, screw a recall. I'm going to start checking on stuff. And they don't have it. So it's after. That's the way we deal with it, right?
it's a little blinding.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a little blinding.
I'm sorry.
Hey, so you're on
Move
a
it back
ballot
this
for
way.
what?
City council.
Okay, so I've told you before I'm blaming you. By the way, I was a cop for
I remember you saying that, yeah.
and, you know, so that's just kind of a
Background.
interesting thing, right? So, and honorable, I was never fired. So, name again.
Jessica Zapata Pogardis.
You're running for a city council position.
Yes. I ran in the last district clerk race, remember that?
Yes.
And
I
so,
remember that.
yeah.
I know that.
And so I went, and then I applied to be, when they did the appointments, and one of the council members said, you're only running because this is your second choice. I said, I'm running because you can't be on the ballot for two different things. You can only be on the ballot for one thing. And I happen to work in Bear County, so that was my next move as a district clerk's officer. So this is here now. So my response to her was, this is her second choice too, so she has a full-time job.
Who are you running?
Well, it would be Susan Street, Wassett, yeah, or, that's, Oak Rider,
But I'm sad to hear him say,
yeah.
coming back.
And, yeah, she was, she's running for mayor.
She can't run.
Every council person that voted no tonight is either going to censor their vote publicly and recognize that you can't vote to violate the First Amendment, or, sorry, I'm an anti-abortion.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole reason I came here. is people taking votes to shut people down. This was a vote to interfere with my ability to gather information. I moved it over there because they're not auditing issues. I think the appropriate thing was to make an exception. Let's modify the camera. I didn't know that it was anything we were going to see. Nobody told me. But as soon as I started thinking, like, what's the problem? What can I fix? That's why I started taking everything down. And I just wanted to have it right there.
Well, I don't think that was unreasonable. That was reasonable to lower it.
And then, so how ridiculous is this? I was doing it out from this chair to this chair. What's the difference? All that was is like, this is how it's supposed to be.
And the power. Yeah, I've got the power.
Yes. The council people, I don't know why they voted no. Maybe they voted no because they figured, okay, this is an ordinance inside here. We can't allow anybody to do this. I'm gonna find out.
However, I bet none of them state the ordinance.
Right. I need to find out about the rationale. And I didn't know it was an ordinance. In fact, I thought it was a resolution. So
I don't remember it being an ordinance. I remember it being just
it is an ordinance.
Is it?
I talked to the police.
Because I think that's when Grant was on council, right?
Yes. Oh, that ordinance. That's a responsibility. They tried to stop it. First they said, we're not allowing tripods and all that stuff. Right? And I was like, you can't come up here and try that. So then they went to a designated area, which is not that's the piece. So that was an issue. There was a side issue. In the beginning, now she likes to make spaces.
Yeah.
I don't like it. She makes her face. When you're up in the sun, you make it feel so. You may not have experienced it. So much so. Then I've gotten myself. Promising that anytime she does this, I do. Put pressure on her. She's not in the middle of the room. She's not rolling her. She was making a bunch of faces at the last meeting. So I caught her running after her car. And I went in there. I understand you get her over. She's not running them. But I didn't call you out. The one you got right now is the best in the kitchen. Oh. And then she looks at me and I'm like, oh, that's the rest of the tactics. And then she tells the chief, help me. I'm like, are you kidding me?
After she said something, she doesn't want to get involved. Yeah.
Right. So today I told him, so when I moved over, and I said, and later on, you move over there so I can get straight shots. That's what she did. Yeah. Yeah. Can you get that piece? I'm going to give you a quote. And it has my email, it has my phone number, it has my phone number. And it's saying that when you go in there, following the law, I'm educating the citizens on how to deal with officials, following the law, and then I do things that are kind of all right, thank you. Officer, for you. Yeah. And I'm trying to say, all right. Sometimes I like some stuff that is right. I'm like, oh, but it's not part of it. That's the entertainment part. So it may not be all for you. So, have you ever seen the matter? Sometimes I say, sometimes I play smart.
To ask the question of why, to get the explanation.
Well, I want to train the officials how to deal with all kinds of things. Not just officials. And when you deal with your official, and somebody comes up and they there's a right way to handle that.
Yeah.
And some officials have to do that. And that's what I do. Try to teach them.
Are you on Facebook?
You give a card?
You don't have it in the truck.
It's not long.
She's our voter, our voter, what, are you like a judge? No. Yeah, site judge, right? She's our site judge here for voting, for the elections. Elections judge. Yeah. That's what you are. I couldn't think of the word.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Mom, I
okay.
kept telling you, I couldn't expect you to know where they were. Yeah, give my wallet. You can always approach me. You can always say, question, you want to know why, something. You want to tell me, hey, you know what, you're an asshole for doing that. I don't want to know this. Doesn't matter if I put you and you do that with officials.
Your guess is on working on is we're gonna come up with about 4 or 5 questions for all the candidates. It's gonna be the same question for all the candidates.
Fair.
We wanna interview some people. We'll let you know the question ahead of time, so you know what to expect. First, you'll get to introduce yourself, tell me you want to tell you a little about yourself, tell them about yourself, and then we'll go into the 4 or 5 questions. We're not gonna say, oh well, so and so said this. You know, what's your response to that? It's basically, here's the question. What's your
There's some important questions. Like, for instance,
It's gonna be on. He's got another page we're working on. It's called Change. What's it? Change Kirby Project. Change Kirby Project.
I like that.
And we're trying to get all the candidates.
all the political stuff is going to go on that Facebook.
Okay.
And that's
Once I start-
basically so if the people here can't make it to the meetings, they can get on there. They can look. They can see what you had to say about something. And if there's other stuff that maybe later down the line before the election wants to be addressed, you know,
Say it there.
contact you. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, this
I
is a
have
concern.
some important questions that citizens are giving me. And like, a lot of the questions I'm like, man, I don't know.
And that's good to know, because there's no way that any candidate, even if they say so, we know it all. We don't, because we can't
Nobody does.
cover every square footage of this.
So a lot of the questions I'm like, man, we're going to answer that one. This one here, that's a
Yeah.
important question.
If we have 5, you know, 5 people ask the same question, well, what about this?
That's a common.
Then that's okay. That's more than one person
Right.
saying, "Oh, my neighbor's got a rock out of place in their front yard."
Yeah.
You know, let's
My,
get to the nuts and bolts of it.
My fight, my thing, my pet peeve is citizens being censored. It's public. So there's a way to deal with that. So like, for instance, we're not answering right now, but one of the questions is going to be this. Do you know that you have the power to censor another council person? If you take a vote, you kick them out of the meeting.
No, I did not know that.
So, yeah, it's in the
Same with the
charter. So here's the thing. And not just the mayor. You can call a vote to censor that council person. And if you all vote, they're censored. If they do the behavior again, you can kick them out.
Do they know that?
They don't.
I don't think
Some of them do know that, because I started pushing that. And the reason I'm pushing that, I don't want council people to be up there arguing with people.
Right.
But I have file footage. It's all going to go on Kirby Project. I have tons of file footage of them censoring citizens, literally violating the law, taking votes to allow them to speak on agenda.
Even
That would be a time where me as a council person, or as a citizen, I would expect you as a council person, if they're like, okay, let's take a vote and allow this person to talk. I would expect you to say, okay, motion for censure. That's a violation of the law. So, when you vote to censor that behavior of taking a vote to allow citizens. The vote's taken, the person is censored, and if they try to do it,
Well, that happened to me at a
so we
crime
can
prevention
continue our
meeting.
meeting.
I raised my hand to speak. They had passed the agenda item, and I know that they still should be calling on it. And Brian Faulkner was like, "Oh no, we passed it." I was like,
That happened
"What?"
here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crowd
And I have
control.
tons
We're next on
Oh my God. My husband just got off the board because he didn't want to be on there with Stephanie Faulkner.
that. And her husband.
Crime
And
control,
that.
crime control,
It's-
public meetings.
it's nonsense.
Are on the agenda.
No, they think they run it all right. They're the only committee that runs it right. They don't have problems like the senior center or anybody else.
No, and they're quick to point the finger at
Yeah.
everybody else. Look what they're doing while they're over here.
Yeah, so then I went and
doing
asked an
whatever they
attorney
want.
the next day, and he was like, they violated your rights to the open meeting, to
Open meeting.
yeah, by not calling on you, even though the agenda item
There's
passed.
law now on speaking on agenda items.
Yeah.
It's different than citizens to be heard.
Yeah.
There's a law that has to be,
Yeah.
it has to be allowed.
I mean, they were
can't stop you.
blatantly like, nope, who passed it?
They
No,
can't
move
say-
on.
It don't
That's what
matter
he
what you
said.
say. It don't matter what you said. We don't care. Next.
I was like this. I wish you were there. I was like this with two hands
They're next
going
on
in the
our
back.
radar.
Yes.
We're fixing to start
Aside
showing
from
up at
violating
crime
rules
patrol.
of authority, like a city,
Right.
whatever, you're talking about your weight or your hair. Those are violations of rules of authority, so it's we can stop that. But other than that, no matter what your criticism is, as long as you're talking about the agenda item, they're prohibited by law to stop you from speaking. Unlike
The
as
crime
citizens to be
prevention.
heard, we have a little bit more leeway, right?
Yeah.
On citizens to be heard.
Because you have a time limit.
Well, we
Right?
have a little bit more leeway on telling you you can't say certain things. Like for instance,
Apologize, guys. We got a little sidetracked talking over here. Give us a second.
I can't directly talk to them.
Hold on. Oh, right.
But on an agenda item,
However, when Janisha and the mayor sent in letters, when Monique was going to be voted off or whatever,
That was illegal.
they literally were attacking council members.
That was illegal.
so that would be a time that I would expect a council person to call for a censure of that behavior. and
Yeah.
Stop it. The censure
Because
is
I
stop
couldn't
it.
believe it was happening. I was like, wait, they just misused the platform, to the podium at citizen participation, to do
Acting
exactly what she
as-
told people not to do.
Acting as their official capacity.
Yes.
So citizens are extremely tired of the council up there arguing about
Right.
that behavior has to be stopped. And there is in the charter a procedure for stopping that behavior. It has to be initiated by a council person or a mayor. It's not being done. It could be done. So
I'm going to read about that.
read about
Yeah.
censoring behavior, how that works, because that's going to be an important thing that all the candidates are going to have to answer. And I will give a specific situation that actually happened and say, knowing what the charter says you can do, how will you handle this if it were to happen?
It's unacceptable.
And then you give your answer, and then 6 months from now, if it happens and you sit there and do nothing, I'm gonna hold you to the fire,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So,
And you should.
and that's what our
I
citizens
mean,
should
and
do.
you should. I mean,
That's how we stop
yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. Because Janisha called me after she had that whole outburst about canceling all kids' activities when she acted hasty. And I
She gets a
told
little emotional.
Yes, and I told her,
For that, yeah.
and I just told her, you need to understand, nobody even hears what you say when you're animated, when you're loud. Nobody even cares. And when you act hasty and want to come off like you know everything up there and you set the standard looks low when you act like that. And so, who wants that? I said, I voted for you one time. That's not what I want representing me. And so that's a problem.
I
And
do
so,
it because I have an audience.
oh yeah, and you're not an elected
I'm an
official.
online personality.
Yeah,
But if I were an official, I would have to see something.
right, right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. And so I just figured I'd run to change. And then I win. There's 6 of us.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Are you participating in these?
I'm gonna try to, the meet and greets.
Yeah.
So I know there's one this week in Susan Street invited me to. I think that's the only one, right?
I believe there's 3 of them.
This weekend?
No.
So
Over the next couple
So when
weekends.
votes in this city, you've got to go to all of those things.
Yeah.
Citizens
You
are
got
watching.
to,
And I was gonna,
and that's the only way they get to meet you. We don't get to meet you, right, if you don't.
I'm gonna block off too, but yes, you're right. But I'm also the director to SASAT, and I'm a head coach and director, so I'm really gonna try to spread
You
myself.
got a lot
I
going on.
understand that. The last crime control meeting, I was in the valley.
Yeah.
In the valleys. So, I get it. You can't all be all.
But I'm gonna try. But if I cannot be at all of them, I'm gonna try to be more
At least
effective in posting on
Post your own
Kirby Community.
Post your own thing.
We're
I
gonna
don't know
get
if I'll
this.
be accepted on Kirby Society.
We're gonna get this change Kirby thing going.
That's what I thought on Sundays, on a Sunday.
If you host your own thing, and I'm there filming it, I can get it put on.
We're gonna get that change
I can
Kirby.
I can
Oh,
produce
or that,
something.
yeah.
We're gonna get that change Kirby
Yeah,
going.
Chris told me because I said I could probably do a Sunday, and Chris said he would lend me like his bouncy house and other stuff that he has.
So
Which I don't know who would. I hope people would come on a Sunday, but I feel like if there's free stuff, they
If it's free, it could be Monday at midnight, they're gonna show up, it's free.
I mean, I interfere with church on Sundays,
I
but
commend Garza for taking action tonight to call for a vote. That is exercising the power of the city council person to make an exception.
Yeah.
And I respect the voting process, even though I don't agree.
Turn the light off.
I respect that process.
that it occurred, yeah.
I think you can see I did respect that
Yeah.
process. There were some things I wanted to put on the record before I consented to that violation, but
They're not gonna write you a citation. You know that. Because that's what you could go with when they do.
well, the thing, yeah, so we understand that.
Yes, it's free because that trash company will pay for it. Most likely, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but 15 minutes later. All right, we're going back inside here in 1 second, guys.
Officer with a citizen violence and ordinance, that the law enforcement officer review the totality of the circumstances, determine if there's evidence there to support issuing a citation, and then make a decision whether or not to issue a citation. That's what I expect.
Let's move back inside.
Yeah.
Right. Whether they write me a citation or not is neither here nor there to me. I expect them to not ignore it because of who I am.
Let's move back inside, Miller.
But I would think that would even be come into play. I do think for them.
Sure, it's important.
If I was an officer, I'd be like, let me just address it.
Sure, it's important because you want to make sure, but as long as the police officer is not doing what they want to do, what the police are doing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys, we're back in the meeting. We're gonna go to the media designated area.
Earlier, is that this is character or the type of his leadership is been evidenced through when he went to the city of Valley Mills, when he went to the city of Leonard, when he went to the city of Kennedy. So it's a cycle. It's not something that's just something happened once. It happened 3 times, and we're looking now at possibly being the 4th city. And every time, every city that has let him go, resign from, is for that reason, that he's unprofessional, not just with the residents, but also with the city council. And, I mean, for me as an employee, I could not talk to my employer disrespectfully or unprofessionally, because, I mean, I could expect to get written up or, get fired. And for him to have that written out, it's something that's repeated, so it's nothing new. So that's what I want you all to, also consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Street, did you have something? I saw your hand up. Councilmember Garza?
Also, another thing I'd like to address Mr. Morton on is this contract, even if he did send these types of changes, these are not written in stone until we've all decided what is going to be on the contract. If you are concerned with this indemnity clause, there, by all means, we can sit here and talk to the lawyer, determine what parts that we are concerned with, and take them out. And if he will not sign the contract based on those ideas or those issues, then it's back on him. I think that would be the best bet. Thank you.
Councilmember Walzett?
Madam Mayor, is it time for me to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I make a motion to rescind or retract any communication or contract with Mr. Lynn.
Second.
I have a motion on the table by Councilmember Walzett, seconded by Councilmember Martin, to end communication and rescind a contract offer for interim city manager to William Lynn. City Secretary, please call roll.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
if we end communication, we can't rescind it to him.
Okay. Take the word out.
Okay, we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Walsey, seconded by Councilmember Martin, to rescind the offer for the contract on the interim city manager position. City Secretary, please call the roll.
Councilmember Walzek,
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Breyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Street,
No.
Mayor Aldrich.
Yes. The contract offer to William Lynn will be rescinded for the interim city manager position. Councilmember Martin?
Mayor, I may have to check with Dan with this. I'd like to make a motion to do away with the interim city manager, put an RFP out for a city manager, and I want, as the contracts come in, I want to put out, start with for 2 weeks. As the RFPs start coming in, I want to bid it. I'd like to see them sent to the investigating committee, and then forwarded to us.
Okay, so that would have to be an agenda item,
Okay?
okay? So it would be on our next agenda, okay?
All right, so that's okay.
All right. Moving on to 7O, discussion and possible action for compensation for acting city manager Roxanne Cardona. I do know that when our previous city manager was on medical leave, Chief Boyce was the acting city manager, and his compensation at that time was 6%. I do think that that is very fair for the compensation for Chief Cardona should be 6%. I will open this up to discussion. Councilmember Street.
6% of what?
That's something I think, Dan, do we have to, because it's employee matters and pay, does it have to be out in the open forum?
So,
Go right ahead.
just a couple of things to touch on. So, so the term acting city manager is the proper term when you have a city manager. As you mentioned, Mayor, when the former city manager was out on medical leave, and the fire chief stepped in, that was because you had a city manager, so they were just acting in that capacity. Without a city manager now, and if you're rescinding the offer to Mr. Lynn, the proper designation is actually interim city manager, because that's who's going to be fulfilling all those job duties until you hire a city manager. There is a industry standard of paying interim pay to someone who steps into a different position. The percentage is entirely up to the city council, and it is of whatever their existing pay is. Some cities do 10%, some cities do 5%, but that is fairly standard because they are taking on additional duties that they were not originally retained to perform.
So, again, is that the percentage of her current salary or of what it would be?
That's correct. No, well, the easiest calculation is of your current salary.
Okay, thank you.
But there's not a hard and fast rule on that. I mean, it's in your discretion. That's the easiest calculation.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Garza?
I make a motion that we take this to executive session as Chief Cardona stated, this is having to do with personnel.
Well, we're not saying any dollar amounts.
Yeah, with all resource determinations, we're saying, we just finished saying it was gonna be a percentage of her current salary.
But we are not going to say what her current salary is. all we're doing
That's a
is,
public record too, yeah.
all we're doing is setting a percentage for her current pay. And
Is this a personnel issue? Or no?
yes and no, but, you know, you were the first one to preach on transparency.
And I do believe transparency, absolutely. I don't
so-
think speaking of people's salaries in public is the best way to go about it.
But again, we're not mentioning a dollar amount. We are only mentioning a percentage for her salary.
Okay,
And in reality, if somebody does an open records request on city paid salaries, that is open records.
Yep.
They have done it in the city of San Antonio.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, he
Yes.
did make a motion, it's on the table. Unless he rescinds it, we have to continue.
Okay, we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Garza to go to executive session. Is there a second? Mr. Miller, please approach the podium.
On this agenda item. All y'all's, anybody's salary, the chief's salary is public. I get these salaries all the time. In fact, I don't even think you have to do a public information request. You just go online. It's consumer information, it's for sale, just so you know. So anyway, 6%, we certainly need to make sure that our Chief Cardona, sitting as the city manager, is making more than the voice did. We need to make sure of that. Well, she's gonna end up going to another city that will do that. She's the best chief we have. Please don't mess with money when it comes. Make sure that she's making an appropriate amount. Executive session would be a great place to handle that and talk about it. Talk about it, make sure she's making an appropriate amount. Making less than what somebody made 5 years ago? Come on, guys, right? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Mr. Hill, and his hand up.
Our officer in the back.
so you made a motion, I'll second that.
What was the motion?
Let Mr. Hill speak.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Martin and seconded by Councilmember Garza to let Officer Phillips speak. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Street? Councilmember Walzett?
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca?
Yes.
Councilmember Garza?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder?
Yes.
Officer Phillips, please approach the podium.
I'd like y'all to remember what Chief Cardona has given up by becoming city manager or interim.
Speak up.
She has to not only manage the police department, but also the city in whole. So don't waste her time and stop playing politics up here and make it worth her time when you vote on the percentage. Don't come back with some measly stuff. She's given up a lot. The city deserves more and the police department deserves more. Just keep that in mind when y'all go back there and vote on the percentage.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now the motion for executive session died. Councilmember Walton.
I'd like to make a motion that we give Chief Cardona 2% of her doing.
Hold on, I'd like, before we second,
Councilmember Garza.
I'd like to know how much you make, Ms. Cardona, so we can understand what 10% is and if it's worthwhile giving you that or something more or something less.
I make approximately 62,000 a year.
Okay, so 10% would be roughly what, 6,000 or $200? Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Is that A month, a year, or what?
A year.
So you can buy 6,000, rent 12, that's $500 a month.
I think it needs to be at least $800.
Sorry, I thought that was a month.
No, she doesn't make 62,000 a month, sir.
No, that's not what I said. I thought $600 was a month.
No. So what is 62?
Give her 20%.
Additional $500 a month.
No, it's more than that.
Or flat rate. Give her,
I think she needs at least 800 additional a month.
give her 1,000 a month.
Until we find a permanent.
But you want a percentage, I'm asking you to figure it out, because I want to give her $800 a month. No.
We don't have to give a percentage, we can give an amount.
Councilmember Apodaca?
What Susan just said, let's not figure out a percentage right now, let's figure out an amount, then later we can figure out what that percentage is. But I myself think that, 1,000 a month would be appropriate. That's what I'm doing, what she deserves.
I'm sorry, my calculation was wrong. I was thinking per week. It's 3,000 a month. I'm thinking 800 a week, that's what, 25?
All I know is I have to rescind my motion at the moment. So I am rescinding my motion until we can get this calculated out.
Can I make a motion to go to executive session again? It would have made the most amount of sense in this instance. So we could have calculated it out before we brought it up here and all looked the way we look right now.
Yes.
I make a motion to let Ms. Bogardus speak.
Second.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Councilmember Street, to have Ms. Bogardus speak. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walter,
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca,
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
Yes. Ms. Bogardus, please approach the podium.
Hi, Jessica Garvis, I live at 5419 Clip Street. I want to just, if you could consider this is a big job. Your job already that Cardona does is a big job. No matter what amount of money you give her, you will be stretched thin. Maybe consider if she's taking this role to move Alonzo up as interim chief while she also does that job, because you're not going to solely hand over all of being chief.
That's already in the process.
It just alleviates some of the pressure. However, then you should put talking about money on the table for Alonzo too. It only comes with it.
And council, just to clarify, being in this position, I would take care of that below me, based on our budget. The only decision you guys have to make is with me. I'd rather not be done in argument, because I'm not here for the money. If it was up to me, I would like to go to executive session.
Can I ask, am I allowed to make the same motion twice?
Oh, we just voted, I thought we were gonna go.
Oh, we voted no, it died for lack of second.
Okay, then make your motion.
May I make a motion to go to executive session?
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Martin. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have seconded by Councilmember Walden to go to executive session. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walzett,
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
Yes. I will end this meeting at 9:09. executive session.
Good job, council, even you, mayor. Can't kick me out when y'all are adjourned. But kudos, y'all did a great job just now. Keep it up.
I understand.
Seriously, there was no arguing, there was nobody in nobody's throats.
Every bit of that money.
That's a tough situation to deal with, and they're doing good.
And they want to give her 6%.
Give them credit where credit's due. You need to stop lying. You and your friend need to stop lying. Walk away. Walk away, bro. I will train you how to deal with people like me. Walk away. Keep financially raping the city. Fox Garden to Hen House. Now they got to deal with that.
I want to take the camera outside.
Let freedom
Everybody
reign.
getting up here speaking and voting and it moves me.
So, are you off?
Did a good job.
No, it's
all
on.
you guys.
It's on.
This is over and you have nothing to do, never. So watch City of Kennedy on YouTube from the February, so watch the February 9th. So watch February 9th, 2021. That's in 30 minutes in. So somebody is, Eric, all right.
Let me tear off a piece of paper, I'll put it in my pocket.
Here.
Yeah, just right there.
And then you can see what we're talking about.
I do, I get moved by people.
It's on YouTube. I know you know that
Get
channel.
up and talk.
I don't know if he's ever been on
Doesn't
there.
matter if you don't agree on something, you're getting up and talking, and that's powerful.
So anyway, so on there, how it starts is somebody actually gets it. Okay. Somebody actually says.
We can just tell them we're. So guys, we're in executive session. I'm gonna go have some conversations off on the side and stuff. So right now we're just chilling.
I mean,
Y'all get to go and look outside.
I just don't want to, like. So anyway, on there, like you said, what it does, he has a pattern. It's bad. I think the so. Oh, you forget. You have to be so far away.
I'm not telling y'all nothing. It's funny, but
All right, who put that there? Somebody litter. Is that yours?
Probably.
Did you litter?
No, I have
Probably.
white cigarettes.
He does. He has white cigarettes.
Yep, not mine.
So anyway, on that,
Let me get that one.
what he was saying.
Let me get that one.
Okay. So he was actually doing
Little light
all
bit?
of the.
Good lighter.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I was just
Yeah.
So on that, he actually starts with the financials and but.
that conversation is
All
an
right.
odd conversation.
They're out of executive session.
And I don't think
We're going in.
But as a public official, you've got to be transparent.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. It's an odd
Kudos to her for making that decision.
I threw my pen on the ground. I don't like it when you heard me say.
I was actually going to start searching because I saw when you were testing other places. I said, oh, you ain't getting me.
I'm not doing that here. I'm not doing that here. I don't have any issues with it. If I did, I would tell you first. And by the way, 3 months ago, I warned them what I was going to do. I told them because it got complained by their own employees how lax their security is. So I sent them an email. I said,
They went up 20,000 on us, so if we're getting it for 55, I would almost venture to say, if we give them a one-year contract, they're gonna just jack us up again next year. Why not get that cost savings now?
I can answer that.
Councilmember Garza.
I think the ultimate cost savings would be to bring it back in-house. And if we had a city manager that could do that, or we could ask that they could do that, then we could possibly go that route. That's really what I think. That is the cheapest way, to do the roads, and which we figured out with the zipper machine. And I believe it would be the cheapest way to do this as well. And I think it's very possible, especially since we budgeted for a assistant city manager. So that's the reason why I'm saying it would give us the time to reassess, try to find the, whatever city manager we put in there to see if they could either pull it back in or if they would have more options.
Councilmember Garza, could you tell me what personnel that would be taking on the pool?
Yeah, I've actually defined this many times when we were speaking of the pool. We talked about how, since they were trying to charge us $7,000, that we could have actually pulled in whole salary to do those types of things. I mean, we've been here a long time, so I know that that the pool was run by Kirby for very many years. As a matter of fact, a few of my friends worked there for a time period and worked for the city of Kirby. So it has been done, and it was done because it was the cheapest way to do it. So that is truly the opportunity that we have to be fiscally responsible, which we always speak of when we come up here. So I think that's the best bet.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder.
So yes, it was done that way in the past, but as we know from the history of it being done that way, it didn't work. So that's why we went to the management company. Now also, there is no other companies out there. So we're looking and looking unless there's some company that's going to just pop up a business tomorrow, we've already been looking and looking and looking. So I don't know where these other other businesses we're finding that have pool management. By now, if we haven't found them, and then other ones already said no, that they can't compete. And also too, we keep waiting and waiting and waiting. May's gonna come up here very quick, and pool season is gonna start. So we really need to go ahead and make a decision. And then also too, about having our own staff. Yes, we do have assistant city manager position out there. We haven't been able to hire them. We haven't been able to hire a financial director. We had one, and she quit after a couple of weeks. So we can't keep personnel, so we can't say that they're gonna be doing the pool management. This company is all inclusive.
Councilmember Apodaca.
So in the past, when Kirby was in charge of the pool in-house, we were having our city manager go work the pool on weekends because there was no staff. Because of all the problems that we were having, we went ahead and contracted this out. So I don't want to see that happen again. And also because of the workforce, we can't find people to work. The pool management company is having trouble finding people to work. It just makes sense to let us contract this out and let them take on the problems that come along with having a pool. If we don't have employees to work the pool, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have to close it, and I'm sure that the public doesn't want that. So I don't, yes, they lowered the price and it's gonna go up, but everything is going up. So I don't, in my opinion, I think that we need to go with this and have them handle it.
Councilmember Gar.
There was actually, how Ms. Greider stated it, first off, she stated that there was never any, like that we couldn't do it or that we had issues. I would like her mostly to elaborate on those issues in which we had. I mean, it was, we couldn't get people to show up to work. That was the problems that we were having, first off. Secondly, it was stated that it was all inclusive here, and there's literally a huge list of stuff that is not included in this. So, I mean, there is that issue. I'm not saying that, that running this for a year would be a bad idea. I just don't know why we would have to sign a 2-year contract, because we were working on a yearly basis to begin with anyway. So, it's my idea. I think that we should sign a year with them and try to get them to try to see what we're going to do next year. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
I would just like to ask Frank if he had any input in that situation.
No, sir.
You didn't have to do a full converse when you were there?
No, sir.
Councilmember Street. I want to point out that there is on the proposal expiration option, it still says December 31st, 22. Just, we don't want to sign this one. So we're going to start at 50 this year and let them charge us 55, 195 next year. What it says? Because it's not, there's no cancellation option unless there are issues with them. We can't just decide next year not to go on. We're locked in.
Councilmember Walsick. Look, it's still cheaper to sign this 2-year contract than it is. That gives us ample time for somebody to go out there. I spoke to several pool people, and the response I was getting back is they couldn't afford the insurance cost that they were having to provide. And that was the biggest fallacy about this whole thing. So I personally think it's saving the city money if we went for the 2-year term, because they're going to jack it up if we only go 1 year. And that's it. That's all I got to say. I'm done.
Is that your motion? Want to make a motion? If you want to make a motion.
I make a motion that we accept a 2-year contract. The first year of $50,433. The second year, $55,195.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Walsick, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Greider, to accept the 2-year contract on the municipal swimming pool management services. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Walsick?
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca?
Yes.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Greider?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Street?
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge?
Yes. The municipal swimming pool services contract has passed, and so our swimming pool will be open this summer. Moving on to 7D, update, discussion, and possible action on Kirby Senior Center ADA compliance.
Councilmember Martin.
This is city property where the senior centers there are not, we're responsible for it. So I make a motion that we accept this contract.
I second.
Okay, hold on, I have a question. So if we are going to make these provisions and improvements, are we going to make the same improvements for the Little League for the city facilities that they rent from us?
Which ones do they rent from us?
The building where they have concessions, that's a city building.
That was theirs.
No, that is not, that is a city building.
Do we charge them rent for that building?
It's included in their contract.
I sworn they said it was their building.
It is not their building. The contents in the building is theirs, but the building belongs to the city.
What repairs do they need of the building?
Well, I mean, are we going to put a paper towel holder in there? Are we going to put a water fountain in there? You know,
You know, they
well, I mean, if we're going to do one city building, we can't neglect another city building on where we rent. The senior center rents the building for $1 a year. The Little League pays a lot more than that for the park and the building that they run concessions in. I'm just saying.
They utilize concessions to make their own.
We need to be fair across the board.
But Madam Mayor, we're speaking of the senior center at the moment. The other buildings were not on this agenda.
I understand.
So
I
let's
was
just
just,
do this one.
I understand. I was just making a statement, but we do have a motion on the table by Councilmember Martin. And I'm sorry, who was that seconded?
I seconded it.
We have a Councilmember Garza seconded to accept the ADA improvement for the senior center. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Street?
Yeah.
Councilmember Walton?
Yes.
Councilmember Apadaka?
No.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grider?
I just want to make clear, the water fountain is included.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, because I thought it was two separate, not together. Okay. Yes.
Mayor Aldridge?
No.
I'd like to, if I can, Mayor.
Hold on.
Sorry about that.
So the senior center ADA compliance improvements have been approved. Chief, go ahead.
We currently don't have a line item for that, so I will look at our funds and get back with each of you.
We need a finance director to add that line, don't we? Councilmember
There's a lot of
Street?
things that we need to send.
Councilmember Street?
I believe it's under general. I think you talked about that once. At the back of the budget.
Would we use the same line item perhaps that we use for the parking lot?
Quite possibly.
Okay, we're gonna move on because this can be done in the background. Moving on to 7E, discussion and possible action on citizens' use of the city facilities for events. I believe Councilmember Garza requested this.
Did. So my request was to better understand, I need more clarification between citizen events, city events, and how we're making determinations on these. So, first off, I would like to understand all the liabilities and of allowing people to rent the facility. I mean, does the city take on the liability when they pay their fee? Is it the city's now responsible for the area, or do they sign a waiver or indemnity or something of that nature? Mr. Stacy? Okay, so I'm trying to determine the liabilities. So when we rent the spaces, okay, in our rental agreement, I mean, do they sign away their liabilities, or are we responsible for anything that happens at the park or at the John Sterling building or any of that nature?
Right, so it's going to depend on the actual agreements that you use. I haven't reviewed all of your agreements that you're using for these facilities. I believe I shared some examples with the council, facility use agreements that we've put together elsewhere. But yeah, the idea behind that is that if like every year we host an event at a civic center in one of our client cities, and we as a firm take on that liability through the contract. So it's going to depend on the contract itself.
Okay.
Now, those rental fees that they pay also should cover any, is designed to cover any wear and tear. If there's actually fees, you're responsible for damages and things such as that. I mean, that's fairly standard. But Councilman Garza, that's also going to depend on the type of facility that's being rented or being used by the citizens.
And I just want to make this clear. If when we rent facilities, even at a discounted rate, are we supposed to sign stuff to ensure, is it like a regular rental, or is it something that, that we go through? I mean, I'm trying to make that determination. Is it something the council decides? Like, do we sign a special form that says that it's now a city event, and then, we were going to, hold all liabilities? I just want to make sure that we're all covered.
So if I'm following your question, right, there's multiple types of rentals or things that we could be contemplating here, whether it's a citizen coming in and paying, full rental price for the rental of a facility for an event, versus someone coming in and the council as a body deciding in a meeting that it serves a public purpose, therefore you're going to allow the use of that facility at a reduced rate or for free or whatever the case may be. Regardless of whether they're paying or you're doing that, the potential liabilities are the same. Right? You carry insurance for most of that potential. Depending on the event, you might want to have people sign waivers. Recently, I think I prepared some waivers for Mayor Pro Tem Greider's Zumba classes, because those, I would definitely need to sign a waiver if I was going to do Zumba, but I don't think I can keep up. So, so that's part of that equation as well. Whether or not something is a city event, that's a broad question. Usually that's determined here by the city council, whether or not the city wants to sponsor an event or act as a sponsor of the name, to host that event. That's a council decision typically, would be my guess. Now, I haven't been here when you have done that, but most cities, best practices is that y'all have a policy that you adopt, so that everybody knows what those rules are, right? I mean, so that any citizen here and any council member who wants to host an event, you know what the steps are, you know what the forms are, and you know the process that you have to follow in order to get that done. Now, there was a question a couple of meetings ago about sponsorships for city events. That's not uncommon. I mean, you can, and you heard, Republic talk about sponsoring city events. I mean, that is very common that those things happen. And so, I mean, I don't know if you have other questions on that. But that's
No, that pretty much answered a lot of it. I just wanted to ensure that, that we do have liability waivers that we can utilize, and what the determinations were for, renting stuff as council members as opposed to citizens. I wanted to ensure that we all understand who holds responsibility for all those things. So, no, you answered my question. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Greider.
He did send me, I'm just repeating something. He did send me the waivers for adult and minors. So what I can do is, so I don't send it out to you guys, form wise, I'll forward that to Chief Cardona and have her send that out. So any future events, everybody knows they can sign the waiver, those waivers that are okay.
Okay, Councilmember Mark.
When I'm renting the parks, I don't remember signing a waiver. As a citizen, we don't sign a waiver.
city took on that responsibility
That's what I thought, yeah.
from the contract you signed.
That's what I was thinking, that's what it was.
Okay, is there any more on this agenda item?
Just one last thing. So if we want to go about renting facilities for a reduced rate, I mean, all we got to do is bring it to council. I mean, we have this policy in place, correct? Okay, I just want to be sure. All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to 7F, discussion and direction on ordinance number 242, an ordinance making it unlawful for any person to possess for sale, sell or offer for sale at retail or otherwise, to use, shoot, discharge, explode, ignite, or display any fireworks within the city, providing for permits to be used for public firework displays by the city council and issued for public work displays by the city council, and providing a penalty not to exceed $200 for each offense. Councilmember Walzek requested this on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. You know, over the years, the fireworks have gotten worse. I know my street has. It sounded like a war this year. But I think people got out of the habit of calling because I don't think they realized that we have too few police officers able to patrol the whole city. And by the time they get there, they kind of lean to the back, and it's hard for the police department to catch them in action. However, I think that if we made the fine on a larger scale, they would reconsider at the most about buying those fireworks and setting the whole neighborhood off. And that's basically why I brought this up. I mean, I did not understand how few police officers that we had on a shift. And over the years, we've called and called, but people have come to know that they weren't going to get that call made. And now I know why. But if we raise the fines for them blowing off fireworks in the neighborhood, 2 years ago I saw the back 40 set off, and the fire department had to be called, I think it was 2 years ago, right there by Kirby Baptist Church. And that was unnecessary, and I just feel like we need to increase the fine on it and give people a real reason not to shoot them off.
Years ago, a long time ago, when I was little or even a teenager, fireworks were still illegal to pop. And I asked Chief Cardona about this, and she told me that they have to physically see them setting off the fireworks. Now, back when I was smaller here in Kirby, if a police officer was driving down the road, saw debris in the street, and they said, and if they smelled the gunpowder on your hand, you were written a ticket. But now today, the officer would have to see them set off the fireworks. Is that correct?
We do have to see them, but not to make it funny, but we're not going to smell their hands. You know, it is something that we have to physically observe in order to create probable cause to even write them a citation. So the other aspect is that we are a 2.2 square mile city, and we are surrounded by other neighborhoods that do. So it's going to sound very loud, even in our city. So people are going to call, and we're not going to find them, and that's a lot of the concern too.
For that particular reason, is there anything that we can change in this ordinance? Say, for example, my neighbors were shooting off M80s, and it sounded like they were beating our vehicles up with baseball bats. If I caught them in the act and took a picture of it, wouldn't that qualify as them doing something wrong? Or anybody?
Video is considered evidence. Also, photographs are considered evidence. Also, your witness testimony is considered evidence. Also, keep in mind, a lot of people in the city do not feel comfortable putting their names on that, on any document that would force them to come to court and face a neighbor. So it is a challenge overall. I guess my question for you, Ms. Walzig, is what is your goal with this fireworks? What would you like to see presented to you next time? What would you like to change?
I would like to change the amount of the fines to deter more fireworks being put off, and to know, the citizens know, that we can take photographs of those people, we can take videos of those people, and we can call the police with that evidence, and they need to be made aware of that.
So what I can do is I will go ahead and do some research and bring that back around for a vote for the council.
That sounds great to me.
Councilmember Garza?
I think this is gonna be really hard to enforce, and we obviously know that it's been hard to enforce in the past. I think there's, an opportunity for us to perhaps, pull this to the park and, get our fire department to teach about fire safety and do, certain things there. Perhaps we have a circle or a little area, of course, during times when there's no drought or anything, and we give people an area where they can actually go and pop fireworks, rather than have it to where it's completely illegal in the city and now they're running all over the place to go look. It's like, hey, listen, on the 4th of July and on January 1st or, December 31st, this is the one spot that we have, and we're gonna have fire crews out there, or, we're gonna make sure that it's not during a drought season, and we'd be able to pop firecrackers in that area. I think, because the problem is that we have currently is we're completely surrounded by fireworks stands. I mean, as soon as you leave Kirby, there's fireworks stands pretty much everywhere. And so I think that we might consider actually doing something a little more proactive than just trying to raise the fees, because I truly believe that, again, it's going to be, even with a, let's say, $400 fee, it's going to be very hard to enforce.
Well, I truly believe that we need to really think about this ordinance, because when we change the ordinance, we have to go to our lawyers, and they help rewrite this, and we could actually leave it the way it is and pay our officers more than paying the lawyer to rewrite this ordinance. Councilmember Street.
That's true. We don't have to rewrite the ordinance if we offer them a place in the park to pop their fireworks. And we make it attractive. We have a party. We get food trucks. We get stuff going on those holidays where they're gonna pop fireworks. We make it an event for them to come and do what they're going to do anyway. But it gives them a place to do it safely, away from pets, away from our houses, and they can still do what they enjoy doing without doing it next door.
Mayor Pro Tem Greider.
So either way it goes, if we increase the ordinance, I have no problem with that. But it doesn't mean it's still gonna happen. We know it's still gonna happen, but I see what you're trying to do as a deterrent. I get that. As far as doing stuff in the park and just letting every free will just come out there and pop fireworks and stuff, risk assessment wise, that's a problem. I can see a lot of injuries and issues. I wouldn't just have a whole bunch of people come out to the park and say, shoot it up, because no matter what, if they're gonna shoot it up there, they're still gonna shoot it up in the street probably that night when they get home. So let's just be honest, that's not gonna work. But the risk assessment level for that is way high, and I don't like that idea at all. Now, the point that you made, it has to be on video and a photo.
Or a photo.
Oh, sorry, or a photo. My other question to that is, if it's a person, when they come, so you're saying they have to put their name down and have to show up in court? They would have to, no matter what. They can't be anonymous.
If the officer wasn't present, it's not just video and photographs, there's other things too. Your witness testimony is enough too. But you have to be willing to testify that that video is true and correct, and bring that before a court and a judge, or a jury. And it's very difficult you're the person who was there, not the officer, so you have to swear to that.
Go ahead. And so my last statement about this issue is, this is about, like I said, they're gonna do what they're gonna do anyway. No matter what, you can put it $1,000, they're still gonna pop fireworks. And as soon as the cop car comes around, everybody's gonna run. I mean, let's be honest, that's how it's gonna happen, you know? So I don't think really changing this is really gonna make a big difference. Now, what we could do is maybe, since we don't have no, I don't think you should get rid of it completely. No, don't get rid of it.
They can't enforce it.
You're not, well, I don't think we're gonna take that step to get rid of it. I think there still should be something in place. There's a lot of ordinances that we don't enforce. So let's go, we'll go down that list. But, what I was gonna say was, I understand what Debbie's trying to do, I'm sorry, what you're trying to do, and I understand what y'all are trying to do. Maybe what we could do is a campaign for, fireworks safety. Not saying show them how to destroy stuff, but maybe like, a campaign. We don't have a creative director or anything. I know in your skill set, you do marketing and stuff, maybe you can lead something like that. I don't know, that's just an idea. Like a campaign, like a campaign.
It's kind of an odd thing. Maybe like, this is illegal.
Hold on, Councilmember Walden, before you.
Yeah.
Safety, like that.
Yeah, no, it's actually kind of a funny idea. I would go with Chief's recommendation, but let's face it, a lot of people don't leave their homes and shoot them at their homes simply because they're drinking and they're not going to be out on the road. And that's the bottom line. I think I'd rather pay for fireworks problems than a DWI. Unfortunately, that's hurting our neighborhoods. So if you can come up with something and maybe bring it back later, that'd be terrific. Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
One thing I have to say, it's illegal. It's been illegal for years. You have your pet owners, you have your older generation like myself that go to bed early, and you can't sleep. I think about to do it before 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't think we need to try to make a plan to make it okay about fireworks. I think we need to do the best we can to shut it down completely.
Okay, is there any more discussion on this? Moving on. G, discussion and possible action on city council conduct and decorum. Again, this is Councilmember Garza.
I'd like to postpone this till the next meeting. It pertains to subject matter that was discussed in executive session, so I'd just like to postpone it for now.
Do we need a second?
Oh, hold on. I make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Garza and seconded by Councilmember Street to move item G, discussion and possible action on city council conduct and decorum, to our next city council meeting. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walter,
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca,
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
No. Item G, discussion and possible action on city council conduct and decorum, will be on our next agenda. Moving on to H, discussion and possible action on professional services proposal from Gibler Engineering for the relining on well number 2.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Just asking for approval for the engineering work to get well 2 relined.
Councilmember Martin?
Frank, we already have enough flow. And we're gonna cut the flow even less when we reline. I know we gotta do something, you probably got holes in it, right? Holes in the case. So, how much PSI are we gonna lose while we reline?
So you're not gonna lose any PSI, you're gonna lose the gallons per minute.
Right.
Depending on what size pump we can get in there, we're gonna lose roughly 400 gallons per minute on what it was previously pumping.
Okay, should we fix this issue or think about taking this money and going somewhere else?
Well, right now, it's just we're on borrowed time basically because there's a risk of contamination with the holes in the well.
Okay, but you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes,
We-
on plugging
we had a
in
problem
another
already.
one at the same well site,
Yeah.
that is a possibility as well.
That's my question.
Yes.
We're in trouble already, we gotta do something.
Yes.
But I'm not going
Just
to
trying to-
restrict it by relying.
Just trying to correct it and protect it.
Councilmember Street?
Okay, can we get this straight? Well 3 is working.
Yes.
Well 2 needs to be relined,
Yes.
but even when we reline well 2, we're not gonna be at the proper gallons per minute that TCEQ requires, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but we need well 2 to be available just in case we have an issue with well 3.
Yes, right now, more than ever, we do need it because we're only on one well.
Okay,
And if that well goes down, then
yes, okay. So, say we approve this and they find somebody to do this work for us,
well, they'll come up with the plans
right,
to get it done, and then we'll have to come out.
and do a request for,
Yes.
yeah. In the meantime, after we've approved this, for example, what are we doing to look for more water? Are we eligible to look for to drill another well?
Yes, from speaking with TCEQ, so they did say we just have to submit the paperwork and get everything approved for that.
Okay, that sounds like something that might possibly have a grant opportunity attached to it.
Yes, ma'am, I did turn in some paperwork, I believe our grant writers are looking into it.
At ACOG?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that sounds promising. So if we fix well 2, then we have the backup if we need an issue, if we have an issue, right, with well 3.
Oh, well, so they would both be running,
So we're gonna run them at the same time?
yes.
Okay. Right now, is it running?
No, they're still waiting on the pump to get in, from the last approval, and once that comes in. then
So we're running on well 3 only?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all don't drink too much water, I think. Okay. Thank you for clarifying all that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any more discussion?
I just wanted to ask, Frank, this is strictly for engineering costs.
Yes.
This is not for the,
It's not for the work.
it's
once-
$32,000 just for them to give us a cost estimate.
Yes, come up
Basically,
with
is
a
what
plan
you're saying.
and just submit them. And then once they do come up with that, then, of course, the price to get the work done will come up.
Councilmember Garza?
I mean, obviously this is something specialized, right? This is not something Dave Medina to do or anything like that, since they're our chosen one.
This is actually Gibbler that submitted this.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. I mean, it's specific, right? I mean, it's nothing that we've reached out to Dave Medina about, or?
I believe I I asked them, I can't recall at the moment, but, they didn't do that.
They didn't do this time. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any more discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept the professional services proposal from Gibbler Engineering for the relining of well number 2.
I'll second that.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Street, seconded by Councilmember Garza, to accept the professional service proposal from Gibbler Engineering for the relining on well number 2. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walden,
Yes.
Councilmember Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Aldrich.
Yes. The professional services proposal from Gibbler Engineering for the relining of well number 2 has been approved. Moving on to I, discussion and possible action on installation of a meter to monitor Friendship Ballpark lights.
Yes, ma'am, so that was the quote that was in the packet. Just wanted to know if y'all were wanting to proceed with that.
I have a question.
Councilmember Garza?
Do we have any other bids, or was this the only one that we received?
This is the only one I received.
Okay, did we go after anybody else, or was it just this one?
This was just the electrician that we have been using, so this is the only one that I got.
Got it, okay.
But if you need me to go out and get more,
Yeah, I would like at least 3 bids, just to be sure, and not to, I mean, obviously we can look into Gerard, and make sure they're good,
yes,
but, I mean, I would definitely like to see at least 3 bids.
Wouldn't it be fair to put out an RFP on this?
It's not that expensive.
So it's in your hands.
I mean, but if we put out an RFP, then that's a request for people to bid on the job that we are putting out there, regardless of how much it is.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much it costs to put out an RFP. However, if it does make fiscal sense, I would say absolutely. However, even if we just had a few different companies just to check, I think it'd be sufficient. But, yeah.
Well, I think if we can afford our lawyers sitting here all evening with us, we can afford an RFP for this. So if there's no discussion, I will ask for a motion or direction if we're going to go put this out for RFP.
All right, Mayor, I make a motion that we just look for 2 more bids to try to see if we can actually get some other comparisons.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for, to go out and look for other quotes for, to put a meter, to monitor the ballpark lights at Friendship Park, seconded by Councilmember Street. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
No.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember.
I don't know.
No, she's gone.
Councilmember Apodaca,
No.
Mayor Aldrich.
No. 3 and 3. So that died. Moving on to J. Discussion and action, discussion.
Hold on, I don't get this. If there was a thing, somebody else to make a motion, right? We didn't make any determination.
Well, you made a motion
For 2 more.
for 2 more bids.
That's right.
We still haven't decided if we're gonna do anything with this.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder.
Mayor, I make a motion, that Joe Molina speak.
I second that.
We have a motion on the table by Mayor Pro Tem Brighter and Councilmember Garza to approve Mr. Molina to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Walzett. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Alpadaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Aldridge.
Yes, Mr. Molina, please approach the podium.
Thank you, Council. I was looking at the proposal that was submitted, and, it's $7,500 if I read this correctly. This was done back in December. It looks like this is a contractor, electric contractor that the city has been using. I would suggest, or I would think that you would consider accepting this, because if you put it out for bids, it's been almost 3 months already that your bids are gonna go up. And if you've had this electrician been doing work for you, I think it'll probably work out that it'll give you a good price. That's just my observation, it's looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Mrs. Vaughn? Yeah.
Maria Lozano. I'm just trying to figure out, I understand that we're trying to put in a meter to monitor electric usage from GNL, but $7,500 to me is a lot, and I can understand that, you're wanting to get additional estimates or proposals, but what I don't understand is GNL is a nonprofit organization. We already have increased their contract payment to $750, and they do all the maintenance on the fields, not just during baseball season, but off season as well. So during the whole year, they do the maintenance, and that's a lot of manpower hours that they are saving us as a city in not having our public works or to go and do that maintenance. And that maintenance not only benefits GNL, but it also benefits our other residents, or our residents who want to go, who can go and access and use those fields at any time except when they're practicing or playing. So again, I don't understand why we are wanting to charge GNL for the light when they're actually providing a service to our children and then also maintaining our fields. So that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Ms. Lozano.
Councilmember Street.
I make a motion that we accept the bid from Girard Electric for the meters for Friendship Park.
Second.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Street, seconded by Councilmember Garza, to accept the bid proposal from Girard Electric for the meter to monitor the ballpark, the monitored Friendship Park ballpark lights. City Secretary, please call roll.
Councilmember Street,
Yes.
Councilmember Alpadaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ryder,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
No.
Mayor Aldridge.
No. The proposal has been accepted from Girard Electric for the meter to monitor Friendship Park ball field lights. Moving on to J, discussion and direction on ordinance number 2022-915, an ordinance to set out provisions as to animals, including an animal shelter, animal control officer, microchipping, animal bites, and animal care, spaying and neutering, rabies control, adoption of animals, fees, enforcement, and related matters, and setting a fine not to exceed the amount set in the section 10.99 of the Code of Ordinances for each violation. Mike, is this you?
This is actually Kirby.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. We have an uptick of finding out, not necessarily that it's starting now, but it has been going on, of houses that are taking care of within the home more than 50 cats. I am requesting simply that council would consider making this illegal in reference to section 91.12, registered feral cat caregivers on page 16. On this, it discusses how you can become a feral cat caregiver, and some of the protocols that is required in order to be legal in our city, but at this point it is not being followed, and the situation with sporting of animals is becoming a problem for our city.
Councilmember Street, isn't it already limited to the number of animals you can have in your house?
That is correct.
Well, then why do we need to make this specifically illegal?
So the thought process is yes, we have an ordinance that limits the amount of animals you can take in, but I want to prevent a colony to be developed here in Kirby illegally or legally.
So you don't want to be able to have a legal colony either?
No, ma'am. And the reason why is because these ordinances are not necessarily attached to each other. If you look over it, it involves trapped and neuter and return. And what we're getting right now is not only are they not following, we have feral cat caregivers as we speak, they're not following our ordinances, and we have an abundance of cats reproducing.
They're not doing the TNR?
That is correct. At this point, I don't think it's feasible for our city to continue this or allow it anymore until we can get it under control. That does not say you can't change it later on to allow it under the process or under the process of however getting a permit or however, but for right now, I don't think this is a good idea.
Councilmember Garza?
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand exactly which of this area is changed. Is it the whole section 91.12?
That's the only area I'm talking about.
And this is all added, brand new?
This is not brand new, no, sir. What we're doing is just, I'm getting a discussion opened up with you guys to see if you guys agree or not, to start or make this illegal for the future.
Do we have, I'm sorry.
No, go.
Councilmember Street?
Do we have any registered feral cat colonies here?
No.
Okay. Maybe we could do some kind of education on that? I mean, we could get San Antonio Feral Cat Coalition maybe to come out and explain what needs to get done and how you have a colony that's a responsible colony, getting TNR, all of that. Is that an option?
Anything's an option now. That's why I brought it up to discussion for you guys. I'm only telling you what I'm experiencing on the streets and what my officers are having to deal with and what my animal control is now overburdened with. And it's very difficult at this point in time. One of the things that we hear is definitely thinking about the citizens, and they're always, we're a low income area, things like that. Taking care of 40, 50 cats in one home is
Do you have, I know you just got rid of that one. Is there another house that you know of that's got
they're
that?
suspecting 3 or 4 more, yes, ma'am.
Really?
There's actually more than that.
Yes,
With that many cats in the house?
there are a lot of
Not
animals.
just in the house, but on the property.
Wow.
job on the Kirby.
Okay, Councilmember Martin?
You know, years ago, I don't want to cheap horses here. They did this spay and neuter. And they bring them back. He said by doing that, they would keep ferals, the rest of them away, and fight them off. They wouldn't be colonies built. So apparently that's not working, right?
It's not that it's not working, we don't have a budget for that.
That was a grant that,
So,
I understand.
Ms. Monique Vernon did in fact get with ACOG to request for them to look for grants involving specifically TNR. And it's something that the city had in the past, as far as I'm concerned. That was a grant that we got reimbursed.
Right.
I don't want to misspeak, but that was something that was a grant. And we don't have that right now. Currently, if we were to consider having a budget for doing TNR on ourselves, which Leon Valley does that, they pay for themselves, we're looking at, and I don't want to misquote, $120 or so?
It's about $125 for a female and $125 for a male and $150, $75 for a female per cat.
I understand. But what I'm asking is, all these cats we got, how is that gonna take care of the problem?
It'll curve it as we work ahead. So the point is to fix the concerns, help the
Keep
city.
it from adding. I understand what you're trying to do. But the issue is, like before the cats, you're gonna have to get other people to come in and help us, get rid of them. Move them, is what I'm saying. That's the issue, though. We have an issue of over budgets of cats, right?
I don't want to misspeak, so I'm gonna let him answer that question for you.
So with the cats that we took, he was hoarding them. This wasn't like he was doing the right thing, staying, neutering, and keeping them. There are certain people, there's a lady that has a colony, and she is trapping them, taking them to get spayed and neutered, and bringing them back to her house. The problem is that her neighbors are calling me, saying they don't want the cats there. They're on their property. This lady spent quite a bit of money making her flower bed nice, and she did look nice when I was there. But she's like, I don't want them here. They're just running in my yard, and so we just here in the city we just don't have the space for people to have a colony.
I understand it. That's what I'm saying. By you doing this is not really gonna correct the problem. It's gonna just keep adding to the future. It's gonna just keep more.
Well, the point is to stop the reproduction, and definitely stop doing it illegally, right? There's nothing in here, and I'll repeat this, there's nothing in here that specifically ties this to TNR. So it basically says you can have a class from the San Antonio Feral Cat Coalition or a workshop. It does not specify that you.
If you get registered with the Feral Cat Coalition, then you can be a tracker, meaning that you can take the cat, take it over there to the spay and neuter it, and then you get it back.
Right, thank you. What did you say?
Huh?
You entered it for me, didn't you? Yeah, just okay.
Ma'am, or to Gregor?
So I've had plenty of discussion about these cats before, over and over again. There's abundance of cats in Kirby, not just cats, dogs too, but I know we're talking about cats right now. But it's getting, this parking lot at night is a cat convention. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's cats. I'm not joking. I was standing out there at the last council meeting, and I probably saw like 10 cats walking the fence. They're in the parking lot, and the reason why, obviously most of you know where I live, so I see what goes on. There's cats everywhere. Bowman, cats everywhere. As a matter of fact, the coalition has came on Bowman and picked some up. They actually picked up 3 the other day. But there's so many cats, and these cat colonies that are not registered, first of all, these people are not being responsible. They're letting the cats, they multiply. There's a couple of houses down from me that I know for a fact the cats have their, kittens, and then next thing you know, I see a couple dead in the road. It's just like, this is a cycle I see all the time. I get up in the morning, another dead cat. I mean, it just happens, they're everywhere, and it's not just over here, it's the whole city of Kirby. And I find it interesting that if you go to other cities, I was driving around the other day in some other cities, first thing I noticed, I didn't see any loose animals. That's the first thing I noticed. So I don't know if we need to, I agree we need to do something, and I really don't know how to go about doing it, because especially with the outside ones, we know about the inside ones, the outside ones are gonna be tough. But we do have people who admit that they are taking care of colonies that are not registered. So I don't know how that works. Do you have to physically see them feeding the colonies to do something? Like, how would that work?
So there's a couple of, so this particular feral cat caregiver ordinance causes a conflict in itself with the rest of the animal ordinances involving feeding cats, especially when they're feral, and what that does to the ownership of the person who's feeding them. How many days do they have?
It's 3 days or 72 hours.
And it's considered theirs at that point in time. The other part that definitely doesn't match is animals at large. Now that you own it, you're just going to let the cat go and come as they please. There's more complaints right now of cats that I've had the 2 years prior that I've been here. The defecation, the urine, the abundance, the eating or attacking of dogs. We've got to do something. And this would be a start, just to not allow the colonies to be legal anymore, and then we, over time, will fix it.
Councilmember Strick. Okay. You want to make it illegal to have a cat colony, period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How is that different from, we have registered, if they are supposed to be registered, but they are not registered, how can you not give them a ticket then? A citation?
What do you mean?
They're not, they say they have their colony, they're feeding the cats, but if they've not followed this rule of a registered cat colony and doing what they're supposed to be doing, why can't they get a citation when they're not following the rules as a cat colony feeder?
We do.
Okay, well, apparently it's not enough.
The problem.
It's not painful enough? I don't know.
It has nothing to do with raising fines other than enforcement in itself. We need time to fix a problem that's been developing here for quite some time.
But in the meantime, we will still look for a grant for
That's
TNR set. But you can still do that in Bear County. Because I did it in Bear County with, when I, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I had those cats all back in my backyard. And I fixed it there.
Did she suffer from anything?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Oh, okay.
There's that idiot.
That would have been. No, I never knew about that. So that's a good thing, 'cause that's not out there.
Oh, yeah.
CPS getting one? You can always only call CPS. Oh, okay.
Tony Sweet, how you doing, brother? New York.
And you don't talk to the
357 Sig, yeah, they crying about fucking cats. Had to get out of there for a minute. Whole bunch of whining and bitching and moaning for nothing. More important shit to worry about, but they want to worry about cat colonies.
What? I know prices right now.
Yes, cats are a big issue. Blue Lies, thought you was coming by today. Yep, we were at the Circus, Blue Lies, the freak show. Jack's out here running his mouth, so you ain't really missing nothing.
We're just probably able to contact that GC on that. Yeah. Bye.
What's everybody else got going on tonight? Hey, Cody the Elf. Yes, sir. I know who you are. Cody the Elf. No law is the best law. Yeah, they were talking about fireworks. Poker game tonight. Liquor in the front, poker in the back. Tell me about it, Blue Lies. I'm stuck here with him.
I was gonna say it could be, but I mean, but it happens, I've seen it, I've worked in the it happens a lot.
Right? Jump in the truck and leave his ass. Let the chief deal with it afterwards. Few things that I took from this meeting that kind of bothered me is they got the chief acting as interim city manager. And they want to base... Excuse me. They want to base her pay increase off of what a chief from 4 years ago or more was doing, and only give her a 6% increase for acting or for interim city manager, and with the cost of everything going up 6%, it's not worth it. FTP film the police. Or in Kirby, FTP could stand for fix the potholes. It's not a street you can drive down in Kirby that ain't got about 17 fucking potholes. Oh man.
When I was a juvenile, there was a kid who would never, ever say that he had molested
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. At least 10%, or at least $1,000 a month or something. You out here running your damn mouth, completely forgot about the fucking meeting. Talking to Mr. Miller.
I think he was either like 15, yeah, maybe 15, because they wanted to see him.
We got the lowest paid police officers in the area here. Just regular patrol officers, but people at Buc-ee's make more than these officers make. Having a police department wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but with what they pay, you're not gonna get the best officers. You're gonna get your top flight security. Exactly, Blue Lies. You get what you pay for. Jack's right over there running his mouth.
And prior to that, because when a juvenile goes to the bench, the mom and the dad stand.
Talking to one of the candidates that's running for city council here.
So the dad was there.
From what she was saying earlier, she's all about civil liberties and people's rights not being violated. She once upon a time ran for district court clerk, or I don't know, some bullshit. But she is running for city council. You can also yeah. Maybe get rid of the police department and just hire security. Might come out cheaper every month. What's up, bud? Oh, Lord. I'm tired. Yes, hit the like button.
I mean, but that's. You're able, you're not buying.
Believe it or not, Kirby's about 2.2 miles wide and long.
It's not like house.
And it's a whole bunch of political BS. The mayor is getting very tyrannical because she's on her way out the door. Well, that's good, Blue Lights. I mean, that's a simple, that is an easy open and shut situation. The way they did you was fucked up. You warned them about it, and it is what it is. So the city of San Antonio's earned every bit of that.
Well, how did Uncles get involved?
Especially for a stupid ass sergeant to say that if the sign is up, it must be a law or an ordinance. That's pretty ignorant of them, but it is what it is. They don't care. They don't pay for it.
And that's because they were in your benefit, they lost. And you're not telling them. Like I'm not gonna kill you or.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Slightly tired. Slightly tired. $9.99. Uh-oh. Did I miss a super chat or something? Let me see. I think I did.
It's not feel happy. Yeah.
Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. I don't know anymore. Yep, $5 is $5 after taxes and fees. You might walk out with about 50 cents. And then they'll just arrest you again and make you use the rest of it for bail money. So ay. Yeah, I know. I know Blue Lies. But oh Lord.
Is he saying that you didn't listen to no? I mean, go. This is where I can go. Right. And so that's kind of hard.
Yeah. Ooh. Silver Honda CRV, huh? Well, Miller is over that way, so make sure you they aim correctly. Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's the only reason I was here. So, would you mind telling me why you don't want me here?
Say it is. Question. They can't. That was thrown out. And did your turn your judge? Well, and that's not what happened. Well, not when your attorney cross.
Hey, real quick, guys. I don't know. Some of y'all just watch on YouTube. Some of y'all do Facebook. But we are on Facebook.
Of those,
So find us there. Also, if you're not subscribed to Blue Lives Matter, Go check out his channel. You'll see the wrongful arrest we were talking about that just happened a week or two ago with him. And also check out Corners News. You can find him on YouTube and Facebook as well. SA 210 Cop Watch. Truth be told, Desert Goat. There's a few other ones I'm sure I'm forgetting. SA Ecstasy Press. This live's been going for damn near 4 hours. I'm probably gonna cut it here in a few minutes. Meeting for what? Anybody have any questions? Oh, shit. No questions. Anybody know of anything going on in the world they like to discuss? Stop Cop City. Did this meeting finally end? It would appear that way. People are finally coming out. She made sure she ran out real quick to get away. That one right there. She's got an illegal, she's got an illegal, security company. Blue Lights, that's the one that just walked by, the little heavy set, chunky monkey that just left. That's the one with the illegal. That's the one with the not up to date security certificates to run the company here in Texas.
Oh, I'm not leaving yet. I'm just putting this in my car.
Here's one of the mayoral candidates. There's the other mayoral candidate, one of the council members.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I need it.
What are you teaching?
Where are you
teaching?
I'm Fort Sam. Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Good, good, good.
Are you teaching
How are
the
you?
kids?
Students.
I mean, kids or adults?
No, they're adults.
Oh,
No,
well
no,
then
no,
you
they're
don't need
adults.
any help.
Well, something,
You'll be
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Adults need the most help.
Dang, don't we all? Yeah,
Right?
yeah, yeah.
You doing,
You doing
all right?
good?
Oh yeah.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, just waiting for Japper Jaws over there.
Oh.
Look,
Ooh,
there's.
see, there go a cat.
See,
Just
that's
scared
what.
the crap out of me. Oh my gosh.
Ooh-wee.
That cat came out of nowhere. See what this is what I'm talking about. This is what we deal with all the time. These cats. Oh my god. All right, I'll see you later.
Be careful.
I gotta go do some homework.
All right, I'll message you.
Okay.
Be safe. What's up? Be careful.
No way.
That was the chief slash interim city manager. Fair and honest, great lady. Few far in between to find a chief as fair, so to speak, to the best of her capacity.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I don't feel like I deserve anything. As long as this place continues to have comfort is ready.
say, bro?
If it means anything at all, legit thoughts. So I'm just giving you a heads up, I'm gonna create a policy because you're right, to me, I'm not law book that verifies all the talk about, I figure it out. Yeah, of course. So, tomorrow, I'm coming in, I can't see you. No, yes. I know, what's happening, my brain's changed, something's different. It's 2 jobs. I'm ready.
And the last to leave, that's the fire chief.
I'll text you on your,
Yes.
work phone. Okay?
Yes, yes, yes.
Do-do-do-do.
Thanks for showing up, brother.
Yes, sir.
Always like when you come out.
Oh, you know.
Good to see you.
Be safe.
I will.
Everybody's a reflection of us. Doesn't matter who it is.
Have a good night.
Be safe.
Have a good weekend. Y'all watch out for the rain. It's supposed to hit about 1.
It's supposed to rain tonight?
Supposed to.
Let's pray for it.
Patrick, come here.
No. I don't know y'all. Stranger danger. I'm gonna mute this.
Mute microphone. Oh. All right, guys, listen, everything's over. We're just having some conversations right now. On the whole thing about making me move, I'm going to address this diplomatically with all the officials that are involved, including the police department. I can assure you, as far as the police department goes, once we review the ordinance and we review the law and everything, I can assure you that the Chief Cardona and her officers are going to act appropriate based on what the law says that they have to do or can't do or whatever. Remember, they do have discretion on any kind of ticket that they write. So who knows what's going to happen, but I'll be working with them to figure that part out. And then as far as the mayor, look, she has a few meetings left. She's going to flex her muscle. It's going to be great. Stay tuned for the rest of the meetings. There were some things I needed to talk about tonight. I didn't want to get kicked out, so I appreciate your super chats. I'll keep your tips on things to do with this tyrant mayor. Stay tuned, because I will do those things whenever I'm done talking and I'm okay with getting kicked out. We all know what happened with Leon Valley regarding the little square in the designated area. We're going to do the same thing with Kirby that we did with Leon Valley, so stay tuned for that. And if you don't know what we did, go back and look at the whole Leon Valley fiasco whenever they were doing the same thing with people having tripods and things like that. The difference is, though, Kirby enacted an ordinance, Leon Valley enacted a resolution. And also the difference is that, remember, Joe Salvaggio was a tyrant, criminal, cop. The chief here is not. So there's a different dynamic at play here. This chief is going to enforce the law, and she's not going to operate outside the law, no matter who tells her to do so. Neither are her officers. So stay tuned. Thank you guys for watching. All right, let me end this. I can't see shit now. Can you end it? What are you trying to do? Oh, hit that right there. And